So I'll just state for the record then that my name is Michelle Marino, and I'm here interviewing Farrell in Duckworth. And today is Tuesday, March 5th, 2019, and we are at his home in Bloomington, Indiana. So my first question is simply, when and where were you born?
I was born in Fort Payne, Alabama, in DeKalb County.
Okay. Where is that at in Alabama?
That's in the northeast corner of Alabama.
Okay.
I was born right at the foot of Lookout Mountain.
Okay.
And lived there most of my life.
Okay. And when is your actual birth date?
November the 6th, 1933.
Okay. What were your parents' names?
My father's name was James K. Duckworth.
Okay.
Just an initial.
Oh,
My grandmother liked it, and that was it. And my mother was Maggie Elizabeth Hartline Duckworth.
Okay. Hartline being the maiden name?
Her maiden name.
And were they both from Alabama originally, or?
My mother was. My dad was from northeast Georgia.
Okay.
It's, right up by Bald Mountain. It's part of the Blue Ridge Mountain. And after my grandfather was killed, my dad and the family moved to Dalton, Georgia. And one summer, I believe it was, that my mother was not teaching school in Alabama. She went over to Dalton with some friends to get a job, summer job. And that's when she met my dad. And I don't know how long they dated. I don't.
Yeah.
But they eventually got married in Fort Payne, and then settled there.
Okay. What happened to your grandfather?
He was stabbed and killed by a gentleman that had been drinking too much. And it was all over a farm. My granddad had a farm. And there was a farm for sale right next to him. And he talked it over with my grandmother, and they decided that, that would be nice to buy that and add it on. Well, then he found out this fellow who was a relative wanted to buy it. And he went to him and told him, says, "You go ahead and buy it. I've got a farm. You haven't. And I don't really need it. It's just there next to me." And the guy says, "No, I don't have the money right now, so you go ahead." Well, Granddad did. And then he got to drinking one day, had too much, and came to the farm, and Granddad was just coming down out of the hayloft, I guess, and from throwing some hay down to the cattle. And the guy asked him, says, "Judge," says, "do you carry a gun?" He said, "No, I don't even carry a pocket knife."
Yeah.
And he said, "I don't see any need for one." And with that, he pulled out a knife and stabbed him.
Oh my gosh.
And he died practically right. Well, he collapsed, and my dad and his cousin came around the barn and saw Granddad fall. And the cousin started with my dad after the guy that did the stabbing. And Granddad saw his cousin there. I can't think of his name right now. And called to him. He didn't see my dad. And the cousin yelled to Dad and says, "Let him go," says, "We'll get him later," or something like that, you know. And they picked up Granddad and carried him to the house. And Dad said just as they walked into the yard, opened the gate and walked into the yard, he felt him go limp.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my goodness.
he must have stabbed him in the hiddle long or something,
Yeah. How old was your father at the time?
He was about 15.
Oh.
Just a young kid.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
And, of course, he grabbed his granddad's shotgun, and he was going after him, and grandmother told him, says, put it back. Says, your dad shot the last shell the other day at a chicken hawk.
Oh, my gosh.
See, I don't know if he had, or she just did that to stop him. You know?
Right.
And, of course, and they caught the guy. And later in court, it was, what I was going to say is, the judge told my dad after he testified, he says, you are very fortunate, young man, that there wasn't any shells, or I'd be trying you. He says, now if you'd have killed him there at the barn, self-defense, because he was coming back with the same knife trying to stab my dad. So that's what happened to
my goodness.
My grandfather.
And so then I'm assuming your family sold the farm, and then that's when they moved down to, didn't want to stay there anymore, probably. Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. So you said your father then, what did your father do for a living?
Well, he was still in school, of course, at that time.
Right.
And when they moved to Dalton, Georgia, he got a job. Well, he was going to school. When he got out of school, he went to work in the cotton mills, making thread mills, they called them. And he was there until he met my mother, and then was over in Alabama and did construction work mostly.
Okay.
And World War II broke out. His sister and her family was living in Detroit, Michigan at the time. And he went up to see about getting a job in one of the factories and doing government work, because he was too old at that time for the draft. He was 36, just out of the draft area. But he wanted to do something, and he had tried to volunteer for the Navy and didn't pass because he had broke a shoulder, they said.
Yeah.
He said it was just from carrying heavy lumber on his shoulder and had pulled it down. And so he went to work for Ford Motor Company and worked there till, I think it was 45. They started cutting back, and they wanted him to go to a job that he said he wouldn't take. And they told him, says, well, if you find, he told me, he says, I'll take anything in the South. I want to get back down where it's warm. So he went down and interviewed out at Betchel McCone Aircraft there in Birmingham, Alabama, and as soon as they found out he had worked on Pratt & Whitney engines at Ford, the guy wanted him right away. He said, boy, anybody from Ford, they know what, they've been trained right. And he was there until the end of the war. Wow. And when the war was over, we moved back up to Fort Payne, because we still had a home there. We never did sell the house there. And he and my mother had bought a house in Birmingham, because you couldn't find a place to rent during the war. And so they sold that, and he went into the trucking business. And was in that for, probably 10 years, close to it. Sold the business, bought a cab company, ran that, and after my mother passed away, he was 73 years old by that time. They sent him a letter from Montgomery that the state of Alabama's legislature had changed the law in governing cab companies. And he had to, they upped his insurance on the cabs. And he told me, he says, I'm too old for this. And he says, I'm going to have to start working. And he says, so I'm just going to shut it down.
Yeah.
And he did. And a couple of years later, a friend came around and says, I understand you still got your franchise. He said, yes. And we wound up selling it to him.
Okay. Wow. So he had lots of different jobs that sound very successful.
Yeah.
And so you said, did your mom continue teaching after they married, or?
No, she, she did up until I was born, I think. Mm-hmm. And then she went to work in W.B. Davis hosiery mill there in Fort Payne. Mm-hmm. Fort Payne was the world capital for hosiery, I understand. Huh. Or that's what they claimed, you know. I don't know who gave it to them. They probably gave it to themselves. But Bill Davis, the guy that owned the mill, it was I know it was the largest one in town. Mm-hmm. He invented the cushion sole sock. And he made that all through the war for the soldiers. And you could talk to him. And I know when I went in the service in 54, the military was still buying those socks. And man, it was good. You get out on a hike.
I bet. Oh my goodness. So when your dad went up to Detroit during the war, did you and your mom go too, or did you guys stay back down south?
We stayed in the South until school. No, school wasn't out either. I transferred during the school year. But anyway, also houses were hard to find any place, and he found a house to rent, and we packed up, put everything, all the furniture, moved it in, stored it in one of the rooms, and had someone rent the house out, minus that room.
Yeah.
And we went up to Detroit, and I attended school there until we
came back.
Went back to, we stopped off in Fort Payne because I had a house there.
Yeah.
And Dad was only 90 miles away in Birmingham until they could find a house there to buy. And then I got transferred to Birmingham. I was in 3 different schools that year. I do not recommend it.
I bet. That's a lot for a kid.
Yeah.
Do you remember, or you were pretty young still, but what do you remember of the war itself?
I remember the air raids that they had in Detroit, and they would bomb with sacks of, they said flour, but I don't think it was flour. That was a food, and they didn't waste food.
Yeah.
But some kind of sacks.
Yeah.
And they were I never saw any, but I would assume they were small so they wouldn't hurt anybody. And they usually let us know the areas they were going to, because it was training and teaching the civilians to hit cover.
Wow.
And we had, I think it was called the Home Guard, that older gentlemen, and I think there was some ladies in it too. They had a air raid warden. That's what they were. And they had a steel pot that they wore on their head, and they'd come around, get in on the porch, get in the house,
Wow. It's probably kind of scary as a little kid, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was at first, but then it was a way of life, and kids learn fast.
That's true.
Really, they do faster than us adults do.
Mm-hmm. So did you have any siblings at that point?
I had one brother.
Okay.
And he was born in 1940.
Okay.
And we went to Detroit in early 42.
Okay.
And so he wasn't in school.
Mm-hmm.
I was in third grade. My birthday being in November, I got held back a year in starting. And the school was real close, half a block from the house. Mm-hmm. And so I went to school there, but that only went through the third grade.
Oh.
Then I had to transfer to another school down where we'd lived first.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. That's a lot.
But we could still walk to school.
Yeah, yeah.
We lived in River Rouge, a suburb of Detroit. And it wasn't a very big area. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And one thing, even back then, that they had that I wish a lot of cities had today, and I was in Detroit the last time, 10 years ago or less, to see my aunt. And West Jefferson Boulevard. We lived on the east side of it. The last school I went to was on the west side, and it was a big, wide boulevard, even back then. They had a tunnel that you went under and came up on the sidewalk on the other side. And so we never had to worry about
crossing the street
getting hit by any cars or anything like that.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see that today.
Sure.
Not they put overpasses in now, and if kids want to get into mischief, they get up there and they throw rocks and things at the cars, and that would be eliminated.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Despite all the moving around, how would you describe your childhood overall?
Well, it was different. For instance, when we moved back to Alabama, it was right at Christmas time. And Detroit school system promoted every semester. Mm-hmm. And so here I got cut out and had to go down to Alabama and go back to school. And the school there would not give me the benefit that I was just less than a month from getting promoted to the next grade, because they promoted at the end of the year, and they had half years up there every 6 months, or not every 6 months, but half semester, and then the others. And so they said, no, you got to start in the grade that you were in there. Well, I said, I was at the end of it. This is the middle of it here. It didn't make any difference, so I didn't agree with it, but what's a little kid going to do?
Right.
And then before Germany surrendered that same spring, I got transferred to Birmingham. And that teacher just loved the grading system we had, but there wasn't anything she could do for me. At the end of the year, I got promoted to where I should have got promoted back here. And so that move cost me a year.
Yeah.
And I was already a year behind, and I was getting as a kid, I was getting irritated with this.
I bet. That would have been frustrating, certainly.
Yes.
And I forgot to ask, what was your brother's name?
My brother's name was James Farrell Duckworth. Yeah. Okay. And it's spelled Jerrell.
I see. Uh-huh.
My mother picked Farrell for me because there was some movie star that she was crazy about as a young lady, and so she wanted to, she named me that. And so he got the James from my dad. And then after the war, this was in the spring of, January of 46, and my youngest brother was born. Okay. So there's 3 boys, and he is Farrell Douglas.
Okay.
So she got him. All 3 names had to rhyme.
Now, what does the N stand for, or is it just an initial?
No, it stands for my dad's baby brother that died as an infant. But his middle name was Newman.
Okay.
And he wanted me named after him, and so I got a name that long.
That's funny. A mouthful for a kid, I'm sure. Well, who would you say were the most influential people in your childhood?
Well, one was my great uncle, John Hartline. He was a minister, and he loved to tell stories. And every time he came to visit, I would wind up sitting someplace with him listening to a story. And he told me one time, he says, we were talking about him being a minister and good man and all. Yeah. He says, at one time I wasn't. I said, what you mean? Yeah. He says, I was known as the black sheep of the family. I said, whoa, what does that mean?
Yeah.
He says, oh, me and the boys always getting into trouble. Says one time, believe it or not, I don't know how we got out as easy as we did, but said we were up on a hillside and there was railroad tracks below and there was a train coming and we got a pole and pried a big boulder loose and it rolled down the hill and landed on the track. But he said train was able to stop. Says they didn't go very fast back when he was a young. He says so that got me the nickname of the bad sheep. But he had turned his life around completely.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, what understanding, if any, when you were growing up, did you have about your family's politics or political beliefs?
Well, my mother's family was Republican. My dad's family was Democrat. So I was brought up a Democrat, because even my mother said during World War II when we were in Detroit, and Roosevelt was running for re-election the last time, and she said she was going to vote for him because she didn't think we should change presidents in the middle of a war. And so I don't know if she voted Democrat after that or not. I know my grandmother didn't. And so when I went to, got out of high school, I went to Chicago. And the first time I voted for Richard J. Daley for mayor. In fact, I think I voted a straight Democrat ticket. But, and all my dad's family was Democrats. One of his cousins was the chairman of the Democratic Party of Georgia during World War II and was called to Washington, D.C. by President Roosevelt as an advisor.
Wow.
And another one was Chief Justice of the Supreme Court in Georgia. And Zell Miller, a Democrat, all Georgia Democrats. And it's funny about him, a good friend of mine that was a judge here in Bloomington and a Democrat. He and I were talking one day at AMVETS Post, and he says, I understand you're related to Zell Miller. I says, yes. He says, I really like that man. I said, well, you should. He's a good Democrat. And he laughed. He says, yeah, that's true, he is. I says, but don't be too sure. I says, one of these days, you may be sorry. And he looked at me funny, but he didn't say anything. And it was... Zell went out as governor of Georgia, and he was elected to, or appointed to finish another senator's term by the governor in Washington. That's how he got up there. And it was just too much for Zell. He said, I can't stand those liberal Democrats.
That's funny.
But he would not drop his party. So he just didn't run for re-election.
That's interesting.
He said, that Bobby Kennedy, I can't stand him. And I just don't want anything to do with him. So at the National Convention that year, he was the head speaker at the Democrat convention. He also holds the title of being the head speaker at the Republican convention that year.
Wow.
And when that happened, I called my buddy. I said, Judge, what do you think of that?
Yeah. What do you think now?
But he did not change his party ticket. He went back to Georgia, sat on his front porch, rocked in a house that his mother built. His father had passed away, and he went down to the creek and got creek rock and helped her bring them to the house and build a stone house.
Wow.
And that's where he passed away about a year ago, I think.
Oh, my goodness. That's amazing. Funny, too, but...
So I had a hard time to become a Republican, but I made it.
Yeah. You were able to come on over. That's funny. All right. I know your family moved up to Detroit, and I know you came up to Indiana in 1967 or so, is that right?
No, I actually came down to Indiana.
Oh, because you were in Chicago,
yes.
Right? Okay.
I went to Chicago to go to school, and after I graduated from school there, I went to work for Hot Point in refrigeration engineering.
Okay.
And worked in that until I got drafted in 1956.
Okay.
And then I was in for 2 years. I got discharged. I had gone from Chicago to Montgomery, Alabama, got inducted in the service, and then to Columbia, South Carolina, Fort Jackson, got my basic training. From there to Washington, D.C., to the Fort Belvoir, the Corps of Engineering headquarters is there, and went to school on guided missile electrical equipment repair.
Wow.
And they sent me right back to Chicago.
It's making a full circle there, I guess.
Yeah. And I served out at Arlington Heights at the 86th AAA Missile Battalion. I went there to be an inspector on the headquarters battery of all the line batteries. And after about 6 months, they did away with the headquarters battery. So I wound up in Alpha Battery, which was right there on the same base as I was at. And I finished up there.
Okay.
And
so was it 2 years service or?
2 years of service, yes.
Okay, well, let me back up there just a little bit.
Sure.
So where did you graduate from high school? Down in Alabama?
Yes.
And what year was that then?
Oh, 52.
52. Okay. Well, it's hard to keep track of because you kept being
Yeah,
pulled
it
around
does. It
everywhere.
is for me, especially as I get older.
Yeah. And then you said you went up to Chicago to go to school. Is that Greer
Tech.
Greer Tech.
Yes.
Okay, and that's an engineering school?
It's you get an associate's degree.
Okay.
It's like a junior,
Yeah.
you know.
In
In fact, I don't even know if they're still in business or not.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was another one up there, that school, DeVry. That's a university now.
Yeah.
They have really kept growing, but I don't hear any more about Greer.
So what made you want to go to Chicago?
To go to school.
Yeah. I mean, how'd you even find out about Greer, I
Well,
guess?
it was, I was in Chattanooga, had gone up Chattanooga to look for a job. Jobs weren't easy to find. And I went to this one place I thought I was going to interview for a job, but come to find out, it wasn't a job. There was a guy there signing people up to go to this trade college.
Okay.
That's actually what I call it. It was a trade college, because that's what I learned. And so I got to talking to him, and he said if I signed up I was going to go to diesel school. And he said, oh, you can get a good job in Chicago. He says, we'll get you a job when you get up there. And so I took it basically to get a job, but then when I got up there, I was working for the school in the mailroom. And I got to know several people in the office and found out that they had refrigeration and air conditioning and get associate's degree. So I decided I didn't want to work on diesels after all.
Yeah. Go that route.
And so I switched over then, and then after I got out of school,
Is it about a 2-year program or so?
They had a 2-year program, but I had gotten married and I was wanting to get a better job, and I got out sooner because I had enough to qualify to be a refrigeration air conditioning tech.
Okay.
And so I got a phone call from the school one day, and they said, hey, they had got me a job at Pennsylvania Railroad. And I was supposed to be working on air conditioning units on the passenger cars.
Okay.
Well, they didn't have any openings at the time, so I went to work as an electrician's assistant in the shop there at the terminal.
Yeah.
And then I got a call from a school again, and they had 2 better openings. And I told me to call my buddy that we'd gone to school together. And I got a hold of him, and one was with the Greyhound So we went out there, and it wasn't anything we were interested in. We might as well stay where we were, because that was pulling air conditioning units out of buses and rebuilding it and putting it back in. And that just told me it was temporary.
Yeah.
You get that job done, you're out the door. And so then we went out to Hot Point and interviewed, same day. And they sent us over to the engineering building on Jackson and Damon. And we interviewed there. We liked it. Got a tour of the lab and what have you, where we'd be working. And so we went back out, and the guy says, well, I got a call from them, and they want you. So he says, here's what I can do, and made us an offer. And my buddy says, he was only interested in one thing. He says, okay, that's just about what I'm making now. He says, but can I get over $100? Can I go up to over $100? That sounds funny nowadays.
I know.
You start at more than that.
Yeah.
And guy says, oh, yeah, you can definitely get over $100. And he says, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Looked at me, and I said, sat there and shook my head. Can't do it. I said, my wife's expecting. I've got to think of that. It's a break even on the job. I've got to travel farther to work than I do now.
Yeah.
And I said, I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I said, you got to come up with some more bread. I said, that's just not good enough.
Yeah.
And he hawed a little bit, and he says, well, I tell you, you boys be patient here. He says, I think I can give you the first 6 months pay raise. And I said, well, how much is that?
Yeah.
Well, he was at $76 a week, I think, because that's about what I was making at the railroad. And so we talked back and forth a little bit, and he says, I can get you up about halfway to 100. I said, I could probably work with that.
Yeah. Entice you a little more.
So when we walked out of there, we got it, both of us.
Wow.
And when we walked out of there, going back to the car parking lot, Tony turned to me and he says, boy, I could just grab you and kiss you. I said, don't you try.
That's funny. Yeah, he wouldn't have had that without you, I don't think. Oh, that's funny.
But I just couldn't see doing that,
Right.
all the expenses I had coming up. And I still had some, just like the kids today, getting out of college or trade school or whatever, got a bill there to pay.
Yeah. So did you plan on staying in Chicago for a while? I mean, is that something you wanted, or was it just wherever you were going to be able to find work?
Well, it was a good job. It had a good promise. Hot Point was just getting into the refrigeration business. The lab had the only refrigerators that Hot Point had built, and had been built right there in the model shop, because we were hired in as model makers.
Okay.
And the government had a contract with Hot Point to build jet engines. And the government had built a new plant for them. But something came up and they got into some negotiations, and the government gave Hot Point the plant to get out of the contract. And Hot Point converted the plant to a refrigeration assembly plant. And they had a warehouse right behind, across the tracks from it. they were in the process of remodeling it on the inside. Mm-hmm. And we were there on Damon. It must have been April, I believe, when we moved out to Cicero to the engineering building.
Okay.
And I worked there as a model maker till I was drafted. When I got out of service, I came back as a model maker. Then I went in as a lab tech over to the lab side, working mm-hmm. as a lab technician on the development of the polyurethane foam. Oh. And after a time, we started making some polyurethane foam parts across over in Plant 8, making a pan to mm-hmm. go in the bottom of the refrigerator because you needed something with good insulation qualities because the compressor was sitting right under mm-hmm. there and a lot of heat. And then we started developing the side-by-side refrigerator. Mm-hmm. We had some company up in Michigan that was building them for us, but we wanted to mm-hmm. make them. So the model shop built up the refrigerator cabinet mm-hmm. with the wiring harness in it and all. Mm-hmm. And then they sent it to me. We picked it up and put it in a mold mm-hmm. that the plug went up in it mm-hmm. to hold the sides in place, and sides came up to hold the outside of the cabinet. And then it was up to us. I worked with two engineers, mm-hmm. two chemical engineers, and we came up with different formulas till we got the one that worked real mm-hmm. good. And then we'd pour them, as they call it. Mm-hmm. Had a plug in the back, and the nozzle would come down and go mm-hmm. through the plug and spray the foam around in mm-hmm. there and in a liquid state. And then it would start rising. And we had Freon 11 in it as a blowing factor mm-hmm. to make it foam. Mm-hmm. We also injected another Freon with I think it was Freon 11 mm-hmm. at that time, into it and to make it expand more. Mm-hmm. And then my friend of mine that was over, well, he had worked there in the engineering building where mm-hmm. I was. And we had purchased the plant down here, and he said, why don't you transfer down there with me? He says, I need somebody that knows something about this polyurethane foam. I said, well, if the money's right. I says, it's always money, Harvey. Yeah. I said, you know that. Uh-huh. So he says, okay, I'll see what I can do. And he was the assistant plant manager, assistant plant manager and manager of manufacturing, manufacturing engineering. And so we talked about it quite a bit. And one day I get a phone call. He had already had to come down.
And you mean to Bloomington specifically?
Yeah, okay. He'd moved down here already. Mm-hmm. I get a phone call, and it's him. He says, you ready to move? I said, well, I don't know. He says, are you still interested? I said, yes, I'm interested. Mm-hmm. So he says, okay, I'll get the paperwork started for you to come down for an interview, because I'd like for you to interview with the person that's going to be your boss. Mm-hmm. And so I said, all right, came down for an interview and went back home, and my wife says, well, I said, I don't know. They didn't say, and I don't know. I'll hear from them.
Yeah.
Well, she worked for Chapman and Cutler Law Firm in Chicago for one of the top lawyers. She was his secretary. And he had, she was a fill-in secretary at the time, but he had, I picked her up at the L's tracks. She got off the train. She says, I got some news for you. I said, yeah, I got some news today too. And she says, well, I won't tell you first. She says, my boss offered me the job permanently, and I think it was a $5,000 or $6,000 pay increase. And I, ooh.
Yeah.
She says, now what's yours? I said, I got a call from Bloomington, and the job is mine. And they had offered me exactly what he had offered her.
Wow, that's
and
tough.
I says, she said, well, I guess tomorrow I'll go back into work and tell him I can't take it. I said, well, I hate to put you through that. She says, no, got to go where you go. And she says, you're the breadwinner, not me. I'm just working because I want to.
Yeah.
And which was always nice because she did make good money. And so next day I called Harbin and I said, okay. And I went upstairs and interviewed out with my boss, the manager of that department. And he said, you know, I could keep you. I don't have to sign this paper to let you go. Keep you right here. He says, but I can't do that to you.
You're thinking after your wife has already quit, probably? Oh, my goodness.
But I knew how he was.
Yeah.
He was a character.
Yeah.
So next thing I knew, I was down here, and her and the kids were up there for a couple of months, but
wow.
while I was waiting to get a house built.
Yeah. So if we could back up just a couple steps there. So you were at school at Greer, and then you were drafted for a couple years. Then you came back to Chicago and worked before you came down to Bloomington, right?
Right.
And you said somewhere in there that you got married. Is that right?
Actually, I got married on the way to Chicago.
Oh, okay.
When the first time I went up to go to school.
Okay.
My first wife and I had been talking about if I could get a good job, maybe getting married.
Sure.
And so when I was going up to school and I knew I'd get a job, and I knew I'd get a pretty good job,
Yeah.
we decided we'd get married. So we stopped off. Buddy of mine took us up to Chattanooga and then over into Rossville, Georgia, and we got married in Rossville.
And so is this a girl from home?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That you knew in high school, or?
No, I met her after I got out of school.
Okay.
We hadn't really known one another too awful long. And so then when I went in the service, she wasn't really ready to settle down, and I started getting all kinds of reports on her, and I didn't like them till I got one that said that the city police had made her go home at 2 o'clock in the morning with my baby daughter asleep in the back seat, and beer cans all around the car. And I said, that's my daughter.
Yeah.
Can't happen. And I was back in Chicago at the missile base at that time. Went in and told my sergeant, I says, I need a leave. And I said, I know I don't have the time coming.
Yeah.
And he says, well, tell me what you need it for, and I'll see what I can do. And I told him, he says, go pack your bags. He says, the old man's got to sign this, but he says he'll sign whatever I lay in front of him.
Yeah.
And he gave me a leave, and I took off, went home, got in on Friday afternoon.
And by home, you mean your house in Chicago?
No, Alabama.
Oh, she was still back in Alabama.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I had moved her back down there.
Okay.
Because my draft board was down there, and
yeah.
So I took off enough time to get her moved back, and she was there, single, had a car to run around in, and so I called a buddy of mine, and we went out, and I said, I've heard all these rumors. My dad's kept me up to date and told me things that's going on, and I believe him. But I got to see for myself. And he says, okay, get in the car, and we took off. And we were out till pretty close to midnight. And we had seen a car pull up. Her grandmother and aunt lived on the corner, and I had rented the house right next door. And I had seen my car parked alongside the house. And so we had gone where we could park, and the corn was cut, and we could see across the field and see what was going on. And somebody, we couldn't tell, it was night, got out of the car and ran into her aunts, and two people came back out and got in the car, and they took off and went past us. And of course, my car was still sitting. And we had to turn around to follow them, and sort of lost track of them, but we thought we still had them in sight. We followed them, this car, up Lookout Mountain.
Oh, goodness.
To the top. And Lookout Mountain is a plateau. And it levels off when you get on top for many miles. And we're following them across the top of the mountain there. And, he says, you want me to pull up closer? Because he's way back.
Yeah.
And I said, no. Then finally I said, yeah, let's get this over with. So he's driving this big Lincoln. And he roars up right on their bumper, lights on bright, and two high school kids in the back seat scared to death.
Oh, no. So it wasn't them at all? Oh, no.
Wrong car.
Oh, no.
So we turned around.
Were you guys mad, or did you laugh?
We laughed.
Yeah.
No need of being mad.
No.
So he says, I hate to tell you this, but I've got to go in. I've got to work tomorrow. I'm not like you. So he was still at home, lived at home, and he and his parents lived right across the street from my mother and dad. So we went back. He dropped me off at the house, and I went in and I told my dad, I says, can I have the keys to your cab? I says, nobody will know it's me if I drive that.
Yeah.
And he says, okay, but now I've got to have that by 6 o'clock in the morning because I got some old ladies I got to pick up and take to work. And so I said, I will. And I turned around. My dad always wore a fedora. And I picked his hat up and he said, what are you going to do with that? And I said, I'm going to wear it. So I put it on, and there was people saw me and wondered what that car was doing out all night.
Yeah.
Because they knew that was the one my dad drove.
Yeah.
And so we, I'd go driving around a little bit and down south of town around a truck stop, and back out, and back up into town, and still hadn't seen anything. So I thought, well, I'm going to pull in that alley across the street from the house, and I can park in the alley and I can see the house. So I sat there till I fell asleep. And then I woke up and the sun was coming up, and I said, well, nothing's changed. I got to get the car back to my dad. So I went up to a gas station and put gas in it and all. Coming back down the street, I get almost to that intersection, and there is a car parked behind her aunt's house now. My car's still where it was, and that one's sitting there. And I pulled up and I slowed down, and I thought, I got to get to the house now. No, Dad'll just have to wait a minute. I turned the corner and stopped. And all of a sudden I saw a blonde head go down, scooted down the seat. I said, that's it. Yeah. Backed up, turned in. I got about halfway to them, and it was stick shift. I knocked it out of gear and started getting out, and it rolled into them and hit them. Well, with that hat on, she thought it was my dad. She didn't know see I was in town.
Yeah.
And I always was told that I favored my dad a lot. But she thought it was Dad, and I walked up the side of the car on the driver's side, pecked on the glass. Guy rolled his window down, said, what can I do for you? I said, you tell her to get out of that car and get in that house. And he said, well, I said, you keep your mouth shut. I'll get to you in a minute.
Wow.
And she started to swear at me and what she thought it was Dad again. And I leaned down, took the hat off, and I said, I mean it. Well, her face dropped. She got out and almost ran to the house.
I bet.
And I said, now, I'm going to take care of you. When I get back in the street, you better be as close to me as your bumper is right now. And I don't want to ever see you in Fort Payne, Alabama again. I backed out, and I think he pushed me out there. And last time I saw him, he was headed north for Georgia.
Didn't have to worry about him anymore, my goodness.
So I don't know if he came back or not.
Yeah.
I went around and pulled in behind my car and went in the house. And I said, where's my daughter? She says, with the babysitter. I said, I want her. She says, I'll go get her. I said, no, we'll go get her. So I went out and got in the cab. I went over to this house, some friends of hers, and got my daughter, went back to the house, went in, got change of clothes and all for her. She says, what are you going to do? I said, I'm taking her with me. I said, I'm not leaving her in this that you're raising her in. And I says, my attorney will talk to you later. And so I went to my mother and dad's and took her in, and Dad was just about ready to be ready for me to come in the door. And so I came in, and he gave her the mother and the clothes. I'd asked Dad, I says, would you take me back down to the house so I can get my car? Went back, I got my car, went home, and went to bed.
Yeah, I bet you're tired at that point.
That afternoon, I went to town, saw my lawyer, talked to him, and we talked quite a bit. And he says, well, what you've told me, he says, we shouldn't have any problem, but, it's hearsay. And you repeating it. He says, can we get some witnesses? I said, oh, pick up the phone, call the city police, and whoever answers the phone, tell him you want him as a witness. Mm-hmm. I says, from what I understand, there's not a police officer down there that hasn't seen what was going on. Mm-hmm. And I says, if they do give you any problem, I says, ask for the chief. Mm-hmm. Because the chief and I went to school together. Mm-hmm. And so I left and stopped and talked to his secretary for a minute. She was a girl I went to school with. Mm-hmm. And in fact, the last time I saw her was at high school. Mm-hmm. And I went out and got in the car and went home, told Mother and Dad what had happened. And he had told me, he says, now, you want me to get in touch with your ex-wife, or do you want to let her know, or what? Mm-hmm. I said, oh, nobody's taking this privilege away from me. No, I've been through too much.
Yeah.
So I went up to the house. She wasn't there. And so I just went on, didn't even stop. Later that evening, I went by again, and the light was on in the living room, so I pulled in the driveway and went in. And it was just her, and she I can't do anything. My lawyer's out of town. I said, I don't care where your lawyer is. Mm-hmm. Mine's in town, and he's going to do this. Mm-hmm. I says, he has made one offer, and it's one time. If you agree to let him draw this up and don't contest it, you won't have to pay for a lawyer. My lawyer will handle it all. Mm-hmm. And before it goes to the judge, he will give you, he wants us both in his office Monday, this was Saturday. No. Yeah, it was Saturday night that I was talking to her about it. Monday, I went by where she worked, picked her up when she came out, drove down to his office, went in, and introduced him. And I'm sitting over here, and she's sitting over here. And he says, I've got both of your statements already typed up. And he hadn't even spoke to her. And he read what I had told him, and I was charging her with adultery. And when he read that, she came out of the chair. He said, just sit down. You have a say too, and I haven't read what you have to say. This is him. Yeah. His charges. So after he got through, he said, do you agree with this, that this is basically what we talked about? And I said, yes. So he says, all right, you don't start to have me sign it. He said, no, you don't sign it yet. He says, tomorrow morning in front of the judge. And he turned to her and he read her statement. And he said, and you deny any adultery. He says, because you have to. She says, I do? He said, yes, in the state of Alabama, it's a prison sentence for adultery. And I don't want to see you go to jail.
Yeah. Wow.
And so she signed it. And he told me, he says, can you have your mother here in the morning? Because I was having my mother, because I was in the Army at the time, be made legal guardian while I was in the service, because I couldn't take her with me. And
was your mother okay with that?
Oh yeah, I'd already talked to her, and I knew she would. She didn't have any girls, and this was her chance to have a daughter, not a granddaughter.
And how old was your daughter at this point?
3 years old.
3, okay.
And so we went out, and I took her back up to her house, and dropped her off, and went home, told them what was the deal, told Mother, I says, can you be ready in the morning to go down and see the attorney? And so we went down, and the attorney read her statement. He had that all typed up, that she would accept legal guardianship. And then we followed him over to the courthouse, went in, and the court clerk came out and witnessed me signing and my mother signing. And he had his secretary sign on my wife's statement. And he says, well, that's it. I can take care of it from here. Says, I'm due in the judge's chambers in just a few minutes. And he says, stop back by this afternoon, I'll have your divorce for you. I said, okay. And sure enough, he said, now here's your copy and here's her copy. I said, oh, give me that.
Yeah.
I said, I want to take that sucker to her. And he said, well, just don't get nasty. I said, oh, I'm not going to get nasty. It's too late for that. And so I took it up to her, and I says, there you are. There's your freedom. Do whatever you want to now.
Wow. Was she resistant at all about you taking your daughter?
Well, at first she didn't want to give her up.
Yeah.
But I told her, I says, look, I'm trying to make this as easy as I can on you, because my family is well known in town. My mother's family was pioneers in settling Fort Payne. They came over the mountain by horse and buggy from Rome, Georgia. And I says, my mother taught school here. She went to school with teachers that taught me in school and taught her brother and sister younger than her in high school and taught my 2 brothers in high school. And I says, and this attorney that I've got, his father was a judge. I says, now, if you want to fight me, you can drag it out, but you're going to lose. And I'm giving you an easy out. And I agreed with the attorney to give her rights to, she gave me full custody, but she had rights for reasonable times of visitation. And it was pretty much that she could visit anytime she wanted to, as long as it wasn't unreasonable. She didn't come around that much. She came to visit, I think my grandmother, who was living with my mother and dad, said that she came up 2 or 3 times to visit. And finally, one day after she left, my daughter said, Grandma says, I just wish she wouldn't come see me anymore. And she said, I almost cried with her.
Yeah.
And then it was about 3 years, 4 years later, I got married again. And by that time, I was out of the service, back to work at Hot Point. And my wife...
Is this Sandra?
Yes. Well, she went down to visit my mother and dad to get acquainted with them. And
was she from Chicago? Or?
Yeah, she was from Chicago. She's full-blooded Norwegian. And so we went down to visit, and that was a couple of months before a month or two, no more than 2 months, before we got married. And we're getting married in Chicago. And my parents were planning on coming up. My brother, younger than me, he was in the service by now, and he was taking leave, and he was in New York. And he came out to Chicago to the wedding. And we got married in a Lutheran church there. She was Lutheran. And so my parents didn't get to make it up. I think my mother got sick or my dad got sick, one or the other. And they weren't able to make it, so my daughter didn't get to be there. But I had also made arrangements with my mother that she would take care of Tony for a year after we got married, to give us a chance to get to know one another,
Sure.
as a couple, not just seeing one another for the evening and bye, talk to you tomorrow.
Right.
So she said that she would. Well, it wasn't quite a year. We hadn't been married quite a year. And we went down to get her. And Sandra and I went to town and saw my ex get out of her car, pulled in at the curb diagonal. As we walked by, I didn't say anything, and Sandra wasn't going to say anything. And we went on down the street and came back, and I think we passed her and her girlfriend on the sidewalk. She never came to the house to see my daughter. She knew I was in town to get her and take her back to Chicago because, and she knew I was married again. And that was the last opportunity she had to see her until she saw her laying in a coffin in Western Kentucky.
It's really awful.
Yeah, it was a shame.
Yeah.
She did contact my daughter after my daughter got married and wanted her to come to visit. Her and her husband were living in Cleveland, Ohio, I think, at the time. And my daughter came over with her. She got the letter, and her husband came over, and she said she wanted to talk to me. So we went in the living room and sat down, and her husband came in and sat down with her. And they told me what was going on, and she says, "What do you think I should do?" I said, "You've got to do what you feel like doing." I've tried to take care of you, protect you, and what have you, and as you well know, I says, but right now, you're a married woman, you're on your own, and it will not upset me, whatever you decide to do. She says, well, I just don't think I want to go. She says, I would like to drive down the street where she lives, maybe see her out front on the porch or whatever, and see that she's doing okay, and that's it.
Yeah.
She says, she's never cared for me, and I know it. And I'd told my parents when I got the divorce and took her to live with my parents, before I left to go back to camp, I says, one thing I want to stress, and I want it to sink into both of you good. I don't want to ever hear, that anybody around here, including you two, I said, have ever said anything bad about her mother in front of her. Mm-hmm. I said, looked at my mother and I said, I wouldn't put up with it if anybody said anything bad about you. I said, I know they couldn't, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
And I says, let her when she is an adult, she'll draw her own opinion. Mm-hmm. And so when she was killed in an auto accident down in, and my granddaughter was almost killed in that accident. Mm-hmm. She had a broken arm, and her insides they were operating on that baby. Mm-hmm. She was 1 year old, mm-hmm. for about 5 hours that night. Wow. And so she's a beautiful, healthy young lady. Mm-hmm. Got 2 boys. One graduated from high school a couple of years ago and was getting ready to go to college. And he had a part-time job and was coming home from work. And his truck started making a noise. He stopped at his girlfriend's to jack it up and get underneath and see what was wrong, and it fell on him and killed him.
Oh my goodness. This is your grandson?
Great-grandson.
Great-grandson. Oh.
And the youngest one graduates this coming spring.
Wow. And these are Tony's children? Is that right? Tony's children? Your daughter's...
My daughter's grandchildren.
Your daughter's grandchildren. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she had one daughter.
Okay.
And
then the daughter had 2 boys.
And
okay.
she had 2
boys. Got it. Wow. That's tough.
And we had such great hopes for both of them. The oldest one, the one that was killed, mm-hmm. he had the best archery score in high school. He was tops in the archery class.
Yeah.
And they gave him a trophy. It was new, first mm-hmm. year to be given at the school. That thing was every bit of that high. Uh-huh. Oh, big. And he was so proud of that, mm-hmm. as he should be.
Yeah.
And he, of course, got killed that fall. And then his brother, they were both good in archery. Mm-hmm. He wanted to win that trophy if he mm-hmm. could. The following year, just a few months after James was killed, mm-hmm. The coach came to my granddaughter and told her that the school had decided, and if it was all right with her, they had named that trophy James Alford. James Bryan Alford mm-hmm.
Trophy.
Yeah. And so then Noah decided, hey, that's the trophy I got to win that. Uh-huh. Well, he did good enough mm-hmm. to win it, but he was too young. It had to be a senior.
Oh, no.
Or a junior. You had to be a junior, and he was just
mm-hmm.
a sophomore.
Yeah.
And so mm-hmm. he couldn't win it, but that was all right. Then last year, his junior year, mm-hmm. he won it.
Oh, good for him.
And last summer, right after he got out of school, I went to visit. And Oh, he's so proud. He had it sitting in the living room where everybody could see it. He came in.
Yeah.
And it said right on there, James Alford Trophy.
That's neat.
So he wasn't the first one to win it
Yeah.
after it was named after his brother, but he got it second year.
Yeah, that's really neat. So to kind of jump back into your time frame.
I'm bouncing all
No,
over.
that's okay. No, I'm really enjoying it. So how did so your daughter Tony then was about 8 or 9 when she came to live with you and your Sandra?
Yeah, she's 7.
7, okay. And how was that adjustment for your wife?
I'm sorry?
How was that for your wife?
It was fine. And she, that kid, when I got to tell you this. We had gone down the first Christmas we were married. And took her Christmas presents to her. And we were sitting there in the living room at my mother and dad's Christmas Eve. And she was getting ready to get under that tree and start peeking. And there's a knock at the door. My mother went to the door. It was my ex. I'd said that she didn't see her till she did see her that one. That was the last time. She came to the house. She brought her a Christmas present, a bride's doll, and everybody there knew that she only came to see my wife. Well, she wouldn't even come in and sit down. She just stood by the door. And Tony was standing over by my grandmother, close to the Christmas tree, of course. And my mother says, Tony, says, your mother's got something for you. Says, why don't you go over and see her? She walked to my wife. Oh, I tell you, I really did. I felt sorry for my ex at that time. It was not planned. Nobody in that room knew that was going to happen. Even a possibility of it happening, you know. And she had always called my wife Mother.
That's funny. Oh, goodness.
That may be the reason she never came to see her anymore.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Goodness. Well, so then you all went back to Chicago and then came down to Bloomington and were here and have lived here since, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe jumping a little bit then into, well, actually, I'm going to ask a couple more questions related to this. So, you obviously had Tony, and then you and Sandra had 2 children as well.
Yes.
When did that happen?
That happened in Chicago.
Okay, in Chicago.
We'd been married a year, and let's see, we got married July. Jim was born the day after Christmas the next year, so about a year and a half.
Okay.
And then 2 years later, Karen was born.
Okay.
And that was it, of course, just the 2 kids, because my wife found she had endometriosis. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah.
And she couldn't have any more children, and she just felt very fortunate that she had a boy and a girl.
Yeah, I bet. So by the time you got to Bloomington, then you had all 3 children.
Yes.
Okay, and then, well, as you got into your 20s and then your 30s, how did your politics start changing, or did they?
Well, at 21, you had to be 21 back then to vote. Like I say, I voted straight Democrat, and that was in 54. And then, I think it was 54, being the mayor's race, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I know here it's an off year. I'm not sure if it still was in Illinois or not. And at that time, I was leaning towards the Republicans. Mm-hmm. Barry Goldwater came out for president, and that secured it for me. Mm-hmm. I became a full-blooded, no foolishness Republican. Uh-huh. And so I supported Barry, campaigned for him. My brother that was in the service, he came out for him. Mm-hmm. And he was living out of the service and living in St. Louis at that time. And I forget the name of the organization, but I stayed away from it. It was an ultra, darn.
Was it conservative or liberal?
Conservative. An ultra conservative organization. And I could agree with him on a lot of mm-hmm. things, but not enough to get involved mm-hmm. myself.
Was it the John Birch Society?
John Birch, yes, mm-hmm. yes.
So your brother got into that then?
Yeah, yeah. I guess it was pretty big in St. Louis, mm-hmm. and so he got involved with that. Yeah. But he got out of it too mm-hmm. pretty quick. And after he got in it so deep, then he started seeing things that he didn't really believe.
Yeah.
And so I've just been a Republican ever mm-hmm. since. Mm-hmm. I got in with the Republican Party in Cicero and was there. We didn't have precinct committeemen. The precinct committeeman was a precinct captain.
Okay.
And I was one of the lieutenants. And he had several lieutenants. Mm-hmm. Broke the precinct mm-hmm. up so that none of us had. We were mostly like block people. I took care of my block, and another guy mm-hmm. took care of the other block, and what have you. And my precinct committeeman was also the town president. And he and I became very good friends. Mm-hmm. And he had plans for me when I left and came down here. He told me, he says, well, I'm sorry you're going. Says, I've been doing some work to get you on the water board or something mm-hmm. like that, mm-hmm. one of the boards mm-hmm. there in town. And so when I got down here, I registered as a Republican. Mm-hmm. But it was a Democrat that signed me up.
That's funny.
I couldn't get away from them.
They're everywhere. So then when you got down here, were you a precinct committeeman at some point? Or how did you get into Republican politics down here?
At first I ran for precinct committeeman just to get to know some people. Because mm-hmm. campaigning and all, you sure. get out and knock on doors.
Yeah.
And I didn't get it. The mm-hmm. precinct guy that was precinct committeeman won. Mm-hmm. And I ran for the state convention. I forget what that position's called now. And
like the delegates?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that was it. And that was the year that Governor, his son is music director at church. He's from Seymour.
Is it Republican or Democrat? Like or
No,
not
Orr was
Bowen.
from Evansville.
Bowen's from up north.
It was before Doc Bowen. He was Secretary of State before he ran for governor.
I should know this too.
Whitcomb.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yes.
Yeah. Ed Whitcomb.
Yes, because he was down here.
And his son John lives on the east side here. I don't know if he's over in Brown County or not, but he comes to church here in Highland Village and is the music director at the St. Paul Methodist Church.
Yeah. I'm embarrassed I couldn't come up with that name either, so I should know that.
Right. And so that's where I got to know Ed Whitcomb. Was before the convention when we had a big meeting here in Bloomington, and he came down to meet all of the delegates for the convention.
Got it.
And then after that, I ran for JP.
What's that?
Justice of the Peace.
Oh, okay.
And we didn't have one. A lot of small precincts didn't have because they'd had really no need for one. But Van Buren Township was getting big enough that it should have one. So I'll run. And I lost that one because another guy from my church ran. And the county chairman knew him and didn't know me, so he supported him. And I mean, I was just basically doing a lot of this to get known.
Yeah.
Win or lose, you know. And so he got elected, and then he passed away. County chairman got in touch with me about appointing me. And one of the members on the Central Committee was a labor leader, and he wanted this guy from the Bricklayers Union appointed. So the county chairman called me up and says, I'm going to have to bypass you. I got pressure, just be honest with you. But he says, I've got other plans. I said, okay. Because evidently I'd been making a good enough showing, you know, that he was interested. So when the election came up for, it was 72, I think.
Okay.
He asked me to run for trustee. He says, now I'll tell you, you got your work cut out for you. He says, the Republicans haven't had that office since, he says, it's been at least 24, 28 years. But he says, I think you can do it. He says, you've got a good name. I was director of the youth hockey program here in Blooming at that time. He says, you got all those kids going home talking to their parents about you, you know, and he says, so that's got your name out there. And he says, I just think you've got a good chance. And the Democrat that was in office had decided to run for sheriff, so that meant it was wide open, really. And I was a volunteer on the fire department down here. We'd just started up. And a friend of mine on the fire department, I didn't know what his politics was, but it turns out he was a Democrat. And we're still the best of friends. And the trustee came up and he said, I wanted you people to know first, I'm running for sheriff. I'm not going to be running for re-election. And he says, that way you can decide who you would like to have in there and get a head start. So some of my friends that were Well, I was president of the fire department, and my vice president was a Republican. The chief was a Democrat. And so my vice president says, hey, you got to run. You got to run. We got to have somebody in there that will be interested in this fire department, or it's going to fall apart, and we just got it started. I said, okay. So I called Carl Myers, county chairman, and I said, well, you said that you'd like for me to run for the office. I said, I've been getting some other support out here also. And I says, Rufus Kuntz. He says, oh, yeah, I know Rufus Kuntz. I says, well, he's on the fire department, and he's my vice president, and he has asked me if I'd run. He says, good. He says, how do you want to do this? I says, I don't want to do it like they do it in Monroe County. Mm-hmm. I want to do it like it's done in Chicago. I says, this town that I moved from had so many Republicans and no Democrats. My precinct, I had to get one of my members, a Republican, lived 2 doors down the street from me. Her husband voted straight Republican every year. She votes Democrat in the primary just so she can serve on the election board. Mayor Daley had to send someone from Chicago out there to be a poll watcher. There was no Democrats to be poll watchers.
Yeah.
The ones that were didn't want to get involved in anything. And, of course, Cicero was really known for Al Capone's days when his headquarters was there. Nobody knows anything about it.
Yeah.
At that time, it was Democrats, and then they tell me the Democrats in Cicero that were running it didn't like the way the Democrat Party was going, so they all switched to Republican and took the whole thing over.
That's funny.
So I said, I want to do it like they do there. I want to slate.
Mm-hmm.
I says, that's the best way. We're wanting to take this township back. Mm-hmm. I said, right now, the trustee is a Democrat. There's 3 members on the board. 2 of them are Democrat, 1 Republican. Mm-hmm. I said, I want to slate the board, a Republican for all 3 positions. Mm-hmm. And the Republican that's on there, take him along too. Mm-hmm. And he says, okay. He says, you run it. I'll back you any way you want to go. Because you mentioned slating, and around here they didn't like that. Mm-hmm. Well, I slated. I had a big billboard up over here on 45 that had me for trustee and the township board listed underneath. Mm-hmm. And I won, the constable won, and the Republican got back on. And Rufus Kuntz, the guy that supported me to get me to run, he had just barely lost. Well, the Democrat was a good friend, and in fact, I spoke at his wife called and asked me to speak at his memorial. Oh. Mm-hmm. And so when he passed away, I called a board together and I said, the 3 of us have got to pick somebody to replace him. Mm-hmm. I said, now he is a Democrat. Normally, you would replace him with another Democrat. Mm-hmm. But I says, you're the board. Mm-hmm. And the Democrat even spoke up and says, well, what about Rufus? He says, he was so close. Mm-hmm. He says, I think we should probably put him in there. I said, well, it's up to you guys. You decide it, and I'll do the paperwork. And so they put Rufus in. So now we've got 2 Republicans on there. The JP won re-election. And the constable was still in for a short time, and then they did away with the JP office about a year after that election throughout the state.
Yeah.
And so since then, there's never been anything but a Republican in that office.
Wow. That's funny.
I served 1.5 terms, resigned because I'd been elected to the Senate. My wife says, I think I'm going to put my name in the hat. I said, you sure you want that? I says, after all, you know what it's like. I didn't.
Yeah.
I says, you were my township clerk. I says, so you know what goes on and what problems are in. She says, no, I think I will. And I was a precinct committeeman at that time. I said, well, if you want to, throw your hat in there. So she did, and she won hands down. Wow. When the precinct committeemen met to elect one or nominate, point, whatever, she won hands down. Wow. She finished my 2-year term. That was up in '82. And she ran for re-election every year until she retired in 2002.
Wow.
Or 2004, I forget which it was. She talked one of our neighbors down here that was her fire chief into running. He won, elected 2 terms. Then he talked one of his clerks, or his clerk in the office there, to run for trustee. And he says, if you will run, I will resign. And the precinct committeeman, and he was one of the precinct committee, he says, we'll put you in, and then you're running as an incumbent. Which they did, and she's still in office.
Wow. It's pretty impressive.
So we turned this precinct.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the devil is dues, I guess. When I moved to town here, the courthouse was just about all Republicans. The city had a Republican mayor, last Republican mayor they've ever had. And the council was mostly Republicans. I don't know if there's a Republican on the council now.
Yeah, so that part is flipped.
That has switched.
Yeah.
But Van Buren Township, we're still hanging on to.
That's funny. Okay. Well, as you started thinking about running for, or maybe what prompted you to run for state government then, after doing sort of local?
The county chairman called me. I was on the central committee, and he called me one day at work at GE. And he said, finance committee was meeting yesterday, and he says, I didn't call you because I didn't think we needed you there. I said, oh, okay. And he says, we got to talking afterwards about who was going to run for the Senate, and your name kept coming up. And I thought, yeah, probably from you. If anybody put my name in. And he said, well, one of the other trustees, who was a Republican, had replaced a Democrat. He said, he seconded the motion, and he says, we want you to run for the Senate. I said, oh, come on, you're kidding. I said, that's not me.
Yeah.
I said, I'm just trudging along here trying to learn something in grade school, and you're wanting to put me in college. He says, no. But he says, I'll tell you now, I don't want an answer right now. He says, you go home, talk it over with Sandra, talk it over with the kids, because you've all got to agree before it works. And he says, that's the only way I can support you. I said, well, that would make sense. I said, I would insist on doing that anyway.
Yeah.
And so that night when I got home, I told Sandra, and she says, you're kidding. I said, no, you call Carl. I says, he's the one, if there's anybody kidding in this, he's the one that called me and told me that. And she says, well, I think it would be great. And the kids came in. They were both in high school. And we sat down to eat supper. And I told them at the supper table, and I says, I've been asked to run, so what do you kids think? Well, I think you should.
Yeah.
You know how kids are, especially young high school kids. And so I called Carl the next day. I said, well, I talked it over with Sandra and the kids, and they all said yes, so I guess you've got yourself a candidate, whether you want him or not now.
Yeah, too late. That's funny. Well, sort of jumping back, related to that, but you had mentioned, earlier on that you were a fan of Goldwater, but at this point, sort of in the 70s and into the 80s, were there other either national or state, political figures that you were looking up to or wanted to emulate? Or
Ev Dirksen, I thought the world of that man. Senator Dirksen was one of a kind. He had been asked to run as the, what do they call it? Where you sacrifice yourself, Nobody expected him to win except him. He told him, he says, well, okay, I'll run as your candidate, but he said, I'm going to tell you now, I never run for something I don't expect to win. Well, okay, but we'll give you a postmaster's job or something, if you'll run, because he was well known. And I don't know if you ever met Ev Dirksen or heard him speak, but he had a monotone voice. And I've got a record here that a full 33 and a third record that it's Ev Dirksen all the way through. And he says, I'll run, but I expect to win. They said, well, more power to you. We'll do what we can. And he got elected.
Wow.
And he served in the Senate until he died. And he'd get up there and he'd say, now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen very closely as I say this, because this is very important. And it's just the same tone all the way through.
Oh, that's rough.
But he was a great guy. Him and I think the guy was from the House here in Indiana, and he's from the northern part of the state at that time. And it was the Elv and I forget the guy's, I can't think of the guy's name. But they had a show they did every Friday on radio. And they'd get up there and he'd tell about what all went in the Senate. He'll tell all the stuff that was passed in the House and how things were going, what they expected to see in the next week. And I thought the world of him too, because I grew in politics in Chicago listening to those two on the radio give their talk. And L. Dixon, he drew me in because of that monotone voice. Just nobody could talk. Yeah. And he was a Shakespearean.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, he'd been in acting in Illinois. He never got national fame as an actor or anything. But, he was in a lot of Shakespeare plays.
That's really interesting.
You can imagine that poor audience.
So when you then decided or were asked to run for state government, what did your campaign emphasize?
I'm sorry.
How did you approach your campaign for state government, or what did you emphasize?
Oh, what did I emphasize? Well, I was coming out of township government. There was a lot of things that needed to be changed in township government. So it was the local things that were going on here. The highways needed work. Needed to be pushed. And so when I got in there, my first bill was a township bill. I was approached by Bob Garton over in Brown County at a meeting over there, and he says, we definitely need you in the Senate. Says, you bring township government. Says, we don't have anybody representing township government. So that was a big opening for me, that there was somebody needed in that area. And I was interested in the tax structure and IU. In fact, I had one of the vice presidents of IU tell me at a dinner that, and he was a Democrat, he said, I hope you get reelected. I really do. He says, you have done more for IU than anybody. Well, it was easy to do more than anybody else because they'd all been Democrats. My opponent was a Democrat lawyer out at IU, an attorney for the students. And being a Republican state, it was just hard to find anybody that would do anything for IU.
Yeah.
So John Ryan called me up one day and came out to the plant, picked me up and took me to lunch, and he and I had a long talk. That was my first time ever meeting him. And we became good friends because he needed some help and I wanted to help. And there's areas of the county you had to play it down that you were doing anything for IU, or not the county, the district. I went over to Salisbury and stopped at the restaurant there in town, or in the wide spot in the road, and there was 3 old farmers sitting there. I went in and spoke to the lady that owned the place, came back out, stopped and was talking to these guys and gave them some of my literature. This is when I was running. And, from Bloomington, yeah. You don't have anything to do with that university? I said, no, I don't. I work for General Electric. Oh, okay. I says, I can't stand that university. They get everything. I said, well, I don't know. They get some things. Some things they don't get. But I said, no, I have nothing to do with the university. I didn't graduate from it. I have no allegiance to it other than it's a state institution. And I said, well, we might vote for you.
So you had to be careful about how you played it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. You got to listen, as they say, to your audience and play to the audience what they want.
Yeah. Wow, that's interesting.
And so I did do things for the university. I tried to do some things for the veterans, being a veteran, and got some things through. I wanted to get a license plate when I was there. I wanted to get a license plate for him. And I forgot to call the one man that I should have and that I had known just about ever since I came to Bloomington. And that was General Carl Farrell. He was the general over the National Guard in Indiana. And he and I had worked at GE when he was a colonel. And I wanted to get a license plate that said National Guard on there, a special plate for the members. Several reasons. One being that if there was a disaster and the governor needed to activate them, it would be easy to get them together. The state troopers be notified and they see a car with a guard plate on it, stop that car and tell them to get back to their post, that there was such and such going on. And I wanted that for that reason, and I wanted the guys to have a little recognition. People knew there were National Guards around, but they didn't know how many. They didn't realize how many men were offering their lives for them. And I lost that bill. There was some people that didn't want any more plates. So it didn't pass, but the next year after I was out of office, Governor Orr issued like an ultimatum. But it's not a law to have a plate for him, but he could create the plate just by his signature, which he did.
Yeah.
And I was more interested in anything that anybody came to me with that was local.
Well, when you said a minute ago, because right as you were coming in was when Bob Garton became pro tem, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when he sort of told you, we need someone, that's fighting for township, like, what did he mean by that? Someone who could represent that type of government in state government, or?
Well, if a question came up, in caucus, I could...
like about the legality of how that worked, or...
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, in caucus, that's where each party does their decision on these bills. And so if there was one on township, then they would look to me to answer the questions.
I see.
And I was called on a couple of times, not an awful lot. I wouldn't expect to be called on a lot,
But it was nice to have that expertise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. When you ran then for state government, or for state senate, who was your main opponent? Do you recall?
John Irvine.
Okay. Was he a Democrat, or was this in the primaries?
Democrat.
Okay.
He was an attorney, out at IU. Still is. And in the primary, he was a Republican, but from out at IU. And he was an author, and I think he had, I forget just what his position was. He was a good speaker. When he came out, I thought, boy, I'm in trouble, you know. And but having the support of the Central Committee helped, and I won.
Yeah.
And that night of the election, he came to me and says, we were down at the HT. That was that back then. There was always an election party at the Herald Telephone. And he says, congratulations. And I would have expected that. He was polished from one end to the other. And so we standing there talking. He says, we need to go back here and talk to I forget the guy's name now, but he was a political reporter for the HT. And we went back. I'm walking up side by side, you know, and started talking to him, and he says, we got to get behind Farrell. Got to work. Got to get him in there. And later, after we got through with the interview, the reporter says, I just couldn't believe what I saw coming down through there. Yeah. Guys that were opponents 24 hours before.
Yeah.
I says, yeah, but we were still friends then.
Yeah. Can put that aside.
And then they had I forget what kind of a luncheon it was, but a big shindig out at IU one at lunchtime. And he was setting up on the speakers stand because he was pretty high up with IU at that time. And the Democrat that was in office at that time, because this was before between the primary and the general, and he was setting up on there at the table, and he came around and got me and says, "Come on, I will introduce you to these people up here." So he's going down through there, introducing me to everybody there. Pat Carroll, that's who the senator was. And I knew Pat. So when I walked up there, he introduced me to Pat. Pat says, I don't believe this. He says, how do you get organized so quick? Because it's just a couple of days after the primary.
Yeah. You're on it.
And so it just went from there, you know.
Well, how did you feel on the actual election day? Not the primaries, but the election day. What was that like for you?
Well, it was busy. I made every precinct in Monroe County. And I had a friend driving me. And we went to Brown County and hit the precincts over there. We went down to Lawrence County and hit the one precinct I had down there, or one township I had down there. And over into Greene County, Owen County, we hit them all. I mean, it was a full day.
Yeah.
And it was moving.
What did you have a sense of how things would go, or how were you feeling?
I was excited, but I didn't really know how it was going to go because, hey, a Republican hadn't had that seat. Mm-hmm. And this guy being an attorney, and one thing that I think helped me was a friend that was a Democrat precinct committeeman and resigned as committeeman so he could work for me. He didn't like my opponent. Was being interviewed on WTIU TV, or radio. We were on the radio station. And a few days before that, I got a call from a Republican on the election board down at the courthouse that said, Farrell, I got to call you and tell you right now about this. Says, your opponent just signed a petition today to put a communist on the ballot. I said, he what? I said, I know he's liberal, but my God, I didn't know he's crazy too. And she said, yes, he did. So I said, you need to let the public know. I said, well, I don't know how I'm going to handle that, but I appreciate you calling. Mm-hmm. Well, the next phone call I get is from this friend of mine. It's a Democrat. And he says, I've resigned my precinct committee position. I'm working for you. I don't like John. I don't want him in there. He says, did you know he signed a petition to put a communist on the ballot? And I said, yes, I heard that. He says, don't want that man? Got to bring it out. So we're on the radio. Mm-hmm. And we're going through our interview, I get a question, he gets a question, back and forth. Then we're taking phone calls. Phone rings. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew who it was. And the look on John's face, he did too. And he says, I have a question for Mr. Irvine, and then I want a response from Mr. Duckworth. He says, John says, I understand you signed a petition to put a communist on the ballot. And I want to know if you did and why you did. And then I want to hear Mr. Duckworth's answer. So John gets on there and, well, a typical answer. I feel everybody has a right, as long as they're a citizen of this country, blah, 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 to run for any office, and they shouldn't be deprived of their right to be on the ballot. Like a true liberal. So he said, and that's what happened. That's what I did. I wish I could think of his name. He worked at Otis Elevator. Anyway, he says, Mr. Duckworth, would you do something like that? I says, no, I would never sign any petition or do anything to get somebody on the ballot that stands for the violent overthrow of the United States government. I says, I have too many friends and too many members of the family that have died for this country to put up for that. I says, so, no, to answer your question, I never have and I never will. He says, thank you. And after the whole thing was over, the interviewer says, I knew that was coming, John. I didn't know when, but I knew somewhere down the line it was going to be brought up.
How did John respond to that?
He says, well, yeah, and he started hem-hawing around like a lawyer would that had got caught. But no, he just took it in stride.
Mm-hmm. So when did you find out the election results that you had won?
That evening, pretty early. I was at the Republican, not headquarters, but where they were meeting at the Holiday Inn, and waiting for all of the results to come in. And one of the reporters came over and says, "Well, congratulations." I says, "Huh? What do I do now?" He says, "John Irvine just said that he was going to toss his hat in the ring for you, that you had it."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, I haven't heard anything about that." He said, "Well, what's your comment?" I says, "Right now, I haven't heard anything official except from you."
Yeah.
And I went over and got a hold of the county chairman, and Carl wasn't county chairman then. And so he said, "Yes, so we just got a call from down there. He has tossed his hat in." And so then he introduced me, and I thanked everybody for helping me, and that was it.
Yeah, it's exciting. So then you would have gone up probably in November to...
Yes, Organization Day.
And then would have come back in January, which would have been 1981, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what did you find, or what were you thinking as you walked into the State House that first day?
How did I get here?
So were you surprised, or was it like overwhelming?
Well, it was overwhelming, and it was a surprise too. But you just look around, and so this is what this one and that one has been through, only down in Georgia, relatives. And I just couldn't see I wondered how a young man from the Appalachian Mountains, because that's a part of it, and could wind up in the Indiana Senate.
It's an interesting path to get there.
Yeah.
Had you ever, growing up or anything, imagined that you would get into politics, or that you would want to follow in family footsteps there?
I was as bashful as it could be, and you can't be bashful if you get in politics.
No, sir. Well, how then did you learn the ins and outs of state politics as you're settling in the General Assembly?
Well, everybody was very helpful, and it made it easy. In caucus, we all got introduced to one another, and the Republicans, part of it, and we had a constitutional majority that year.
And that was the first time in a while that both houses had it, right?
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
And so that made things easy too. And the very first year I was there, I introduced a bill, and it had to do with the trustees. It had to do with having guidelines. The state had passed a law, I believe, when I was trustee, that we should have guidelines. But they left it up to each precinct, each township. And I had no problem with that and I think it should be that way, because every township is different, just like every county's different. Every state's different. The township has a responsibility for taking care of poor relief, and that was the biggest thing. That's what we needed guidelines for. When I was first elected there, I was elected at the very first township trustees meeting, president of the townships, Monroe County Township Association. And with the help of a Democrat here in town that was an attorney, we drew up guidelines. And I presented them to the rest of the trustees. And I said, this is going to be my guideline. Each one of you has a different type precinct than what I've got. Or some of you have, some may have some like mine. Take the guidelines, read them. If you see something you think should be changed, change it. Have your township attorney go over it, make sure it's what you're saying there is legal within the laws. And file it with the county so they have a copy. Well, all the trustees in Monroe County had a set of guidelines filed with the courthouse. Again, John Irvine, he was a county commissioner. He's president of the county commissioners. And he didn't like our guidelines. He thought that his decision, I had a constituent not like my decision made by my guidelines. She had the right to go down to the courthouse and file a petition with a complaint. John Irvine, being on the commissioners as president, held a board meeting.
Sure.
I was out of town, couldn't be there. I had my investigator go for me, who was a retired police officer, very good at doing investigations. And so this gal had sued me for food, lodging, and she didn't have any way of getting around. They take my decision that I denied her because she had a job. I knew she had a job. She's getting paid under the table, but she had a job. And John Irvine ruled it against me and said that I was to take care of her food, that whatever food she needed, pay her rent, and give her free transportation, even if I had to send a fire truck to pick her up and take her where she wanted to go. Well, I thought, So I took him to court, and I won. Or I took her to court. I had told my investigator he called me while I was out of town and told me, and I says, you go see Ken Nunn, my attorney, and run it past him, but I want charges brought against her for not impeachment, falsifying under oath. My memory's
I'm trying to
getting fuzzy.
Yeah.
And I says, I want charges taken against her. What if Ken agrees?
Yeah.
Well, Ken did. He said, and he told him, says, you take this up to the prosecutor and give it to him and tell him I sent you up as the township attorney and we want charges brought. Well, he takes it up there, the prosecutor reads it, signs it, says take it downstairs to the judge. There's a judge sitting on the bench today, this afternoon. Give it to him. I want to swear out a warrant. He takes it down and he says, you know the routine around here says you were on the force long enough. And he says, oh yeah. Well, he takes it down and gives it to the judge. Judge reads it, signs it, hands it back to him, and says, run this down to the sheriff's office. So he says, okay. He takes it down, gets a hold of the sheriff, Bill Brown, and says, here's a warrant for this woman's arrest. And they want it served as soon as possible. And he says, well, arresting a woman, I always try to send one of the female matrons in the jail with a deputy to go do it, but they're all tied up. And I don't have any, I can't send two deputies because I've only got one here. He says, oh, by the way, do you still have your special deputy's badge that I gave you when you were on the city police department? He says, yeah. He says, good, you can go with him to serve it. That poor guy was getting run.
Yeah, every which way.
That over here in a trailer park, pull up. They both get out of the squad car. The deputy goes up to the door, and he stayed back by the car. He didn't go up to the house. And she came to the door, and he told her, says, you're under arrest for, darn, I still can't think of what the term I want.
Was it taking the money illegally, or was it lying?
It was the lying.
What would that be?
They get you for, there's a something there, and I can't.
Yep.
And I know it well because.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yes. Well, we'll come to that.
So they arrested her, took her to jail, locked her up, and I did exactly what the county commissioners ordered me to do. I gave her free transportation. I gave her a roof over her head and 3 square meals a day.
It's true, technically. Wow.
Not in the order or the way they wanted me to do it.
I doubt it, yeah.
But they didn't specify the way they wanted me to do it. They only threw in the fire truck as if that was all I had. That wasn't all I had. I had a squad car.
So did that then have to run through the courts after that?
No.
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 So, but... Well,
there was one other thing after it, though. There was a guy came into the office and was applying for a job in poor relief. And he's sitting like this, and here's the wall right in front of him, and an article out of the newspaper. Trustee has a client arrested for lying. He said, who's that? She says, oh, that's this trustee here. He says, I don't want to work here.
That's funny. I forget where we started with that. So that had to do with the bill writing out the trustee guidelines, which is interesting. If you had the guidelines, that they could overrule you on that.
Yeah. So I introduced a bill. First bill I introduced was a bill that said, and I was trying to be as fair as possible about it. I didn't say they had to go by my bill, my guideline.
Yeah.
Or yes, I did. I said they had to go by my guidelines as long as they met their state's requirements. But if a trustee didn't have guidelines and had to go before them to get it to settle, then the commissioners could have their attorney write guidelines for that trustee that he would have to go by.
Yeah.
And there was some Democrats and some Republicans that liked it and some didn't. And so I withdrew it to take it back to for second reading and put some amendments in it, trying to save the bill.
Yeah.
Well, I was back at the back of the room, standing back there thinking about it, and Frank O'Bannon gets up out of his seat and comes back, walks up, and he says, "You know, you got a good bill there." He says, "That's something that we need." He says, had his copy, and he looks at it and reads it. He says, "Why don't you change this and this and put this in here?" He says, "And I think it'll get by for you then." I said, "Frank, it's your idea. Draw it up, and I guarantee you tomorrow on second reading, I will agree with it." He says, "No, I'm not looking for anything like that. It's your bill. Take it down to your attorneys over there and have them put it in there and take this out." Which I did, and it flew right through the next day, only to get killed in the House.
Oh, no.
And being my freshman year, I did not realizing all of the little quirks that you can pull and do, I let it die. Whereas if I'd have been thinking, I'd have let the House do what they wanted to with it, instead of the guy I sent it to withdrawing it. There was a couple of other guys that wanted to change it to being the state guidelines. And I said, "No, that won't work for every state. You go into one township, you got a wage level that's being met. You go into, and it may be $20,000 a year, say. Over here, it may be $100,000 a year. This trustee's got to balance his somewhere in between there. Granted, there's not going to be, hopefully, somebody $120,000 a year salary coming for poor relief. But it could be wherever that township wanted to set it. They know what the people can afford. And still where it would protect those that couldn't afford it. And that's all I was after. If a guy didn't want to do his job and come up with guidelines that were usable, let the commissioners come up with it. And he's going to have to live with it. So
do you feel like if you had had another term in there, or even later on, you could have, you would have known better how to manipulate the system ultimately? Maybe manipulate's not the right word, but to work within it.
Work within it, right.
Yeah.
And I got sidetracked on other bills and what have you, and never did get back to it.
Yeah.
And I was sorry for that.
Did you have any specific political mentors as you were settling in, or did you even know anybody else in the General Assembly when you were elected?
The only people I knew in the Senate when I arrived there was Bob Garton.
So did he mentor you at all, or not really?
Not too awful much, because he was getting his feet wet.
He was probably busy.
Yes. But I had some good people in there. Senator McCormick, he was terrific. I could go to him for anything. He sat right across from me. And so I had him close by. And Senator Joe Harrison, he was our floor leader, and he was very helpful. And so, and of course, by the time the year was up, I knew just about whoever I could go to.
Yeah.
It's like I had some lobbyists come down to see me when I was running. And they were real nice. They weren't pushy about anything. They just wanted to get a chance to meet me and introduce themselves and what have you. And one of them was Frank O'Bannon's brother, Bob. And so the other one that was in there, I can't think of his name, but he was God, everybody would tell you he was as honest as the day was long. And as the old guy said, you could take it to the bank. And I got up, he told me, he says, when you get up there, he was a lobbyist for the oil industry. He says, anything that has to do with the oil industry, if you're not sure about it and you want to know anything about it, call me and I will give you the facts. Even if I walk into the committee hearing and speak against what I told you, you know what I told you is correct. But I do have a job to do. I understand it. Well, I got up there, and I'd been there maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and I had a meeting with the fire marshal over in state office building for coffee one morning, and towards the end of our meeting, we got around to talking about things that had happened, and it came up. I says, you know, one thing I have found, it seems to be pretty true, but it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I says, there was a lobbyist that came down to Bloomington and told me that whatever he told me, I could believe and not change my story because he was giving a different story in committee. Never mentioned his name. Fire chief spoke up and says, that's so-and-so. I said, you're right. He says, and that's the truth, too. So he had a reputation up there as good. And I was glad to have somebody then.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the stuff, that's where we had to go to get our... I couldn't know everything about everything. And that's what you'd have to do for one person to know.
Yeah.
But it was nice to know that you had somebody that would tell you the truth. Now, there was some, I wouldn't trust them if they said it's pouring down rain and you looked out and saw it raining.
Yeah.
I wouldn't believe them. And they were just strictly for their client, is what it amounts to. But there was some up there that you could trust.
And do you feel like you got a sense of that pretty early on, who those people were, or did it really take the full 4 years?
No. It doesn't take very long. Now, it might for some people, but if you're used to dealing with the public, and I was, that I did have in my favor, then you pick up pretty quick. Because with these poor, people coming in for poor relief that weren't entitled to it, you picked up pretty quick that they weren't entitled to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, how did you know the needs and wants of your constituents back here in the district?
They let me know. Mm-hmm. I had an open door policy with them. I had my phone number on my card, my address. The gal at the State House that got the cards made up, she did put my phone number on there at work. Mm-hmm. And I had that taken off. Because when I went to GE, I was GE's employee. Mm-hmm. This being a civilian citizen legislature, you've got to keep the two separated. Mm-hmm. You can, I don't know what they get paid now, but when I went up there, you didn't go there for the money. Mm-hmm. I think I got $9,600. Mm-hmm. I lost more from GE than that.
Yeah, I bet. Were you able to take a leave of absence from GE?
Yes,
okay.
I did.
Okay.
I talked it over with my plant manager before I even told Carl that I would run. Because that morning when I went back in, before I talked to Carl, I went in and talked to the plant manager and or called up and made an appointment to talk with him. Told him what I'd been approached, and I wanted to know what GE would think of something like that. And I knew in Louisville there was a guy that was a member of the Kentucky House of Representatives. And but each plant is, that's one thing about GE. No matter where you go, you're working for the same outfit, but every plant you go to, it's like going to another company because they have certain leeways. And he told me, he says, I think it's great that you're wanting to run. He says, give me a chance. I've got to go to Louisville. I'll run it past the vice president and see what he has to say. Which he did. Called me the next day and he says, it's a go. And says, we will do whatever we can to help you here.
That's nice. Yeah.
Well, that's a two-way street, so whatever you need, give me a call.
Yeah. So would people call, write letters? Did you have like town hall meetings or things like that too? Or
I had meetings that I attended throughout the district. We had when we were in session, every Monday morning we had a Chamber of Commerce meeting here in town, and any and everybody was invited out to that. And they'd ask you questions about this or that or the other, you know, and some would say, after the meeting, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, and they'd have something that they would like to see done, and you take notes and go back and check it out, and also take their phone number down so you could call them and tell them what the deal was, you know.
Yeah. This is not related, but I just thought of this question. When you were in session, did you stay in Indianapolis or did you drive back? Where did you stay?
First year, I stayed at the Essex Hotel. They had efficiency apartments up on some of the top floors. And Representative Jerry Bales, who was from Bloomington here, he and I shared the apartment that year. And then, but that was cramped. And I didn't want to get into that. And I think he had decided that he's just going to drive back and forth. And I got an apartment over at, it's on Lafayette Road. twin apartment buildings. Mm-hmm. The initials on the building was RP. But I can't remember what it stood for. But anyway, this guy had bought them up. The buildings were this housing authority, and people had quit paying rent. They were tearing doors off of elevators and just completely tearing the buildings down. Mm-hmm. And he bought it from the government. And I talked to him. I was there when they had their grand opening of the building that they leased out to all of us. The one on the north side was for students that were going to IUPUI. And that was the building I was in for a couple of months, or for a month or so. And when they had their grand opening, I was invited to it, and I went down and sitting there on the couch talking with him. Didn't realize who he was at first, young man. Mm-hmm. And he said the first thing I had to do was make everybody move out. Everybody had to move out of the building. Mm-hmm. He says, and it sounds horrible, but he says that's what the government makes you do, because it was going under construction. Mm-hmm. And he started at the top floor and emptied every room out all the way to the basement. Wow. And redid them. Mm-hmm. And it was beautiful apartments. Mm-hmm. And they had a swimming pool over in the building on the north side, and we were invited over. I mean, we shared in the pool, use of the pool. And I had a 3-bedroom apartment. No, a 2-bedroom apartment. They had 3 bedrooms, but I took a 2-bedroom. And it had a large living room, a dining area, kitchen with a bar between the kitchen and the dining room. Very nice, all furnished and everything. Cost me, I think it was $400 a month at that time. Mm-hmm. That was a lot of money back then.
Did your wife and kids come up with you some, or
my wife? She'd come up every once in a while. Mm-hmm. She wouldn't even tell me she's coming. She'd just pop in, and I'd be sitting there in the Senate listening to a bill and look over at the lounge on the side, and there she'd be sitting. Yeah. So I get up and go in there, and she says, well, I just wanted to stop by and let you know I was in town. Uh-huh. I said, well, you got a key to the apartment.
Yeah, so. Go on over. Now, were your kids in high school at this time?
They were in high school, yes. Okay. But that's the reason I wanted the 2-bedroom. Yeah. So that if they came up, one of them could have the bedroom. Usually they did one at a time. They weren't ever up there, both of them at the same time. But if they were, the couch made a bed. Sure. And so it really worked nice.
Okay. I think we've...
River Point Suites.
River Point, there it is. Came to you.
Just all of a sudden it came to me.
Well, can you describe the regular interaction between assembly members or between senators, formal versus informal interactions?
There was just good all-around interactions, really. If you needed to know anything, you could ask any one of them, even on the Democrat side. I was sitting there one day in my seat, and the Democrat senator from up in Lake County was up, and he was really selling his bill. And without thinking, I just sat there sort of staring at him, listening to what he was saying. Mm-hmm. And when it came vote time, I voted against the bill. He came back and he says, I don't know what to think about you. I says, why? What? What's wrong? He says, I looked out over that crowd and I thought, there is one vote I'm going to get. And it's a son of a gun. It was redder than all get out when I looked up there.
That's funny.
He said, how come you voted against my bill? You were sitting there so intent listening. You had to be wanting to vote.
Misread the signs, I guess. That's funny.
But he and I were became good friends. We worked on committees together and traveled around the state together. Mm-hmm. And, I had a good relationship with both sides of the aisle.
Mm-hmm. Well, and did you feel like you could talk with people, or how do I want to say this? How did people discuss their bills? Was it off the floor? Was it over dinner? Was it in the hallways? Or was it in a more formal, in caucus or in something else?
Most of the time, we wouldn't talk about bills without there was one that was really important to you. Mm-hmm. And you were really thinking, I need this guy's vote or mm-hmm. gal's vote or mm-hmm. whatever. But it was usually your own reading of the bill in the evening in your apartment, or questions. You would listen to the senator when they introduced their bill mm-hmm. in third reading. Mm-hmm. And if you had any questions, get up and go to the microphone and mm-hmm. and ask them, you know. Mm-hmm. That was really the formal place to do your asking. Anything else would have been informal, you mm-hmm. know.
And so people did both. Would ask on the floor and talk sometimes outside of it.
Yeah, not every time would somebody get up. Not everybody get up on every bill, I'll put it that way. Yeah. But you could get up and go speak on a bill. One I spoke on one day that I found out later I had more effect on than I expected to. I was just mm-hmm. up to express my views. Yeah. And Senator Dunbar from Terre Haute was against the bill, and I was for it, and I went up to speak on it, I went up to explain my vote. Mm-hmm. There's different ways that you can go up to the microphone. If you've already voted and all of a sudden, I want to have my say, mm-hmm. you just hit the button and cancel it out, go up, or get the pro tem's mm-hmm. Attention that you want to explain your vote mm-hmm. and go up to do it. One thing that way, there is no challenge to what you say. You can't challenge somebody explaining their vote. Mm-hmm. But if you just go up during the debate part, you can go up and call them back to the microphone to mm-hmm. question them about what they were saying. Yeah. And this was a bill on child restraint. And I had talked to Bob Garton about it. He says, you need to go up and explain, speak on that. He says, I didn't realize what had happened. So I waited and let everybody have their say. And it was more personal for me, so I didn't want to go up and have debate on it, mm-hmm. what I said. So I went up and I told him about my daughter's accident and how she was killed. But I had a granddaughter that lived because my daughter the car didn't have car seats, but she had one. And her husband had a Jeep. One of the worst vehicles in the world as far as I was concerned at that time anyway. And she had taken the car seat and set it down between the seats and run her seat belt through the car seat to hold it. And so she didn't have a seat belt on, but she'd have been killed anyway. There's no way she could have survived. So she had made the right decision. And I went up and explained that. And the Jeeps had a roll bar. If you rolled sideways, it would protect you. But this Jeep flipped end over end. And when it came down on the asphalt, that bar it wasn't hooked to the frame, it was factory. It was hooked to the body of the Jeep, which is sheet metal. And it just tore the bolts right out. Hit the ground, the windshield was folded down to the ground. So she'd had a seatbelt on, sitting in her seat. She'd have still been killed because from here up was going to be exposed. And my granddaughter had been shoved partially up under the dash, not under the dash, but up close to it. But she was in the floor, so she was protected there. This girl that was with my daughter, her husband's cousin, she was thrown underneath the dash. And she was her bones were just shattered all over. And she just laid there in bed. They didn't have a cast on her or anything, but she just had to lay there, and she healed. And the doctors didn't know if she'd ever walk. And then when her stand, and when she did stand, they said, well, she'll never walk, not without crutches or something. She does today. She danced at my daughter's wedding. And my daughter Karen, when she got married. But I told that story, and I says, we are charged as legislators by the Constitution to draft laws that will protect our citizens. I said, now this law protects our citizen, the little citizen that can't speak for itself. And I said, having driven an ambulance many years ago, I can tell you this. A lot of mothers will sit there and hold that baby and think, boy, I'm protecting it, and crush that baby against the dash when the car hits and throws them forward. And I said, they don't want to do that. But we need safety features for the kids. It's up to us to do it. So I am voting for the bill, and I would hope you would too. Well, that was probably a year later. A group came to me and they wanted to get a senator to speak to a businessmen's group. And I called Dunbar. And he came over and he told them that he changed his vote because of me. Wow. That paid for and it passed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know if it would have passed. I wasn't looking at the board to see if any lights went out or switched or anything. I just did my part.
Yeah.
And that's...
Well, that's important. That's clearly important legislation that's been around then for a long time.
Yeah.
So, wow. What differences, if any, were there between members of the House and Senate? Did you interact with members of the House very much?
Yeah. We interacted. When President Reagan came to town, we all met just like they do in Washington in the House chambers, because they always have more seats in there.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of parties up there, no question about it. The lobbyists put on parties to get a chance to talk to us and us talk to them. And so members of the House and the Senate get together and even discuss bills. I've got a bill I want to send over to the House, and I'd like for you to take the bill, And so that helps.
Yeah.
And it's a relaxed atmosphere. And I've sat with representatives many a times, and many of them discussing bills, that I was working on and had and what have you, and the same with them.
Yeah. Okay. You mentioned sitting across from, I can't remember now who you said it was. I'm sure I could look it up. But what was your relationship like with your seatmates?
Oh, I got along with them all, because for one thing, you were in Republican territory. You didn't have to be careful about what you said, maybe how loud you said.
Yeah.
McCormick is the one I was talking about. Yes,
that's who you mentioned.
And it was real easy. I had a bill that there was one senator did not like it. She had came out of county government, and it was a township bill, and she was against it. And it started in the House, and it passed, and it was sent to me in the Senate. So my partners, I got one over here and two over here, or one and one, I forget which it was. And I talked to the two of them about that bill before it ever got there. And explained to them what it was all about. It had to do with the trustees' salary ordinances. So they were having to go to the county council and county commissioners to get the ordinances passed. And it was township money. It wasn't county money. And we had wanted for years to get it under them, but it had been blocked because of some stupidity. There was a House member. No, start over. There was a trustee up in Lake County. The legislature was hearing a bill before I ever got up there on salary ordinances. And he jumped on the bandwagon before the bill got passed and announced that he was raising his salary to this level instead of it being here and going to here. He really raised it. Well, that killed the bill. And I didn't want that to happen. So I had talked to everybody, and I knew the Democrats. It was one of those things. I know this block here is going to vote for the bill because they're liberal. And all I got to do is now there's so many there, and I need 26. And I talked to this guy, and he agreed with that. County, they did. I said, they got a board they have to answer to, and they all have to answer to the taxpayer. So I said, so what's the difference in that? That'd be like the state telling the county, you send your request up here, and we'll tell you whether you can do it or not. Well, it's county money. As long as it fits it, I think the tax board does have to take a look at it, but that's all taxes,
right.
So the bill was, I called the bill. Garton came back and says, before I called it, he knew it was up. Came back and he says, I've been wanting to talk to you. I says, yeah, Bob, I thought you might. He says, this ordinance bill for township trustees, I don't think it'll pass. I said, I do. He said, you do? I said, yeah. He said, I don't think so. He says, there's too many against it. I said, well, there's one way we can find out. And I says, you know, Bob, I says, the first meeting you and I had after I was elected was for breakfast at the Holiday Inn when you were campaigning with me for for President Pro Tem. He says, yeah. And one of the things you told me was, when it came to a bill, you had to learn how to count. I said, you know something? I can count. He says, well, okay, it's your bill, but I don't think so. I said, okay. Well, Senator Parent was sitting right up there, back behind him, about 2 seats, or maybe she was over to the side. I'm not sure. Anyway, it was her that didn't want the bill passed because she came from county government. They wanted to keep that control on the townships. Well, one of the things I knew that I don't think either one of them knew, the governor's first elective office was on a township board.
That'll help.
Yes. So one of his aides, John, I can't think of John's last name right now, was up there for the vote to hear it. And so the vote, I got up and said my spiel, and she got up and she just carried on about it. And I just looked over at the guys, Republicans sitting around me, that would make it enough to pass. And that was like a positive count. I've got 10 votes here, Republicans, and I've got 18 Democrats. They were in the minority, but I still had figured I had all of those votes, and I did. Every one of them voted for it. Well, it passed. Poor old John was standing back here waiting to go down and tell the governor it had passed. And here come parents down the aisle, the flames coming out her ears. And she goes up and says, John, you get downstairs in the governor's office right now. And he says, what for? She said, you got to get down there and get him to veto this bill as soon as it touches his desk. It's a no good bill. It's not, just can't have it. It's wrong. He says, oh, okay. Well, he went down, the governor signed the bill. So that
She probably wasn't too happy about that.
Yeah. But there was a lot of trustees in this state that were happy. I got a lot of letters from them.
I bet so. Can you briefly walk me through the process of generating a bill? What did that look like sort of from beginning to end?
Okay, you as a citizen come up to me and say there ought to be a law. And you tell me what you think this new law should be. I had one guy come up and he said, we need a law like they had in Florida when it's raining, you have to have your headlights on. I couldn't argue with it. But it didn't pass, but he wanted it, and I tried to get it through for him. But you get a bill that way. There's something that you are interested in, that you want to get a bill, and you sit down and you get your notes together. You call back and make an appointment with one of the attorneys. Sit down with them.
And do you mean like legislative services?
Huh?
Legislative services, those
yes,
attorneys? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, they have a certain attorneys for the Republicans, and the Democrats have theirs in there. And they, no matter, you set to write the thing out and it'd be perfect. They're going to still have to take a look at it and go through it and rewrite it to make sure it's in the legal terminology. So they write it up, then they send it back to you. You look at it, don't have any big complaints, or if you do have some complaints, you go back down and say, well, this I don't like. You get that changed. Now you file the bill. It becomes, it comes in on the first reading, which they read the title and assign it to a committee. And in the Senate, we can decide what committee our bills go to. And I've had that working good for me in a lot of cases. Over in the House, the Speaker assigned the bills. You had no control over it. You filed it, that's it, it's your bill. The only thing that Bob Garton had control over any bill was he could lock it in the safe and you couldn't do anything about it. You could go in his office and plead and cry and beg and all of that, but if he said no, it was no. And so you got it on first reading. It's been assigned to a committee. The committee chairman announces when the committee will meet and what bills are going to hear in committee. And if he doesn't have it on the list, you go talk to him and explain to him why you need it on there as soon as possible, and have a committee hearing. People from the public come in and speak for, speak against, and then the committee votes recommend or not recommend. It goes back to the Senate. It's read into the records that it has passed the hearing, the committee hearing. And the next day, it's eligible for third reading. So that I have control of my bill again, and I call it on the third day for hearing. And I go up to the microphone and introduce the bill and say what I have to say about it and go back and sit down, and then they stand up, senators do, and raise their hand to get the lieutenant governor or pro tem permission to come up and speak on the bill, for or against. And then after that's all done, and I have, as the author, I have the closing argument also. And then when I get through, unless there's nobody wanting to explain their votes, it's called for a vote. And after the vote, it either passes or it doesn't pass. If it passes and it's a Senate bill, then they will ask if who I'm sending it to in the House. And I tell them what legislator I have arranged for it to handle it over there. And away it goes, and that's the end of it as far as I'm concerned, until it comes back from the House. And then, if they passed it, that's it. It's sent to the governor to sign. If they amended it in any way, good, bad, or indifferent, I am asked, do I agree with the amendments that have been put on it, or if I disagree. If I disagree, it goes to a joint committee of House and Senate. And we sit down and discuss it, and the House explains why they put the amendment in there that's there, and it's up to me to explain why it shouldn't be there. I had a representative one time put a IU bill in a bill about caves that I had. Nothing germane. And so I said, that has to come out. It has nothing to do with this bill. Well, that was a very short meeting because they agreed.
Yeah.
So we took it out. Now it goes back to each house. I present it and say, we took out some language that had been put in there that was non-germane, and I recommend do pass. And they vote on it. We pass it. It passes in the House, and then it goes to the governor to sign into law.
Okay. That was a good explanation. Thank you. Did you have a general sense, I mean, you've shared a couple stories related to this, but did you have a general sense of how people would vote prior to actually sitting down and voting?
Some of them I didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
I wasn't so much concerned unless it was my bill.
Right. Fair enough.
You know, and I think everybody was that way. And when I say my bill, a bill I was really concerned about.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't have to be the author of it. Somebody on the other side of the aisle could be the author, but if it was one I was really concerned about. And we didn't go to caucus and the leadership say, you will vote this bill in. That's usually on the budget bill.
So they would say that or they wouldn't say that? Sorry, did you say... Usually in caucus they would encourage you all to vote a particular way or not?
Well, they wouldn't unless it was a bill that the governor wanted. We were expected to vote for it. If it was one they didn't care about, we were free to do whatever we wanted.
Okay.
That was one thing they did. Both both parties. They ran very tight ships when I was up there.
What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, if the edict that came out was that we want this bill or we don't want this bill, then you better go with the party if you want to be on any good committees, because next year you're going to be put someplace else.
Okay. You just answered this question, I think, but what roles did party leadership play then? How did they sort of enforce that?
They just flat out told us, if you want anything, you will. I had a good friend of mine sit right next to me. I think it was the second year that I was up there. He was from Evansville, and he and I worked on a bill that we lost, but didn't have anything to do with the leadership. But there was a budget bill. Like I say, most of those where they put the clamps down on us and you had to do it. He asked for permission in caucus to vote against the budget bill. He says, you've got enough votes to pass it. There is one thing in there that my constituents, there's a hospital, I think, in Evansville, a mental hospital or something. They wanted money for more air conditioning or something like that. And he wanted to vote for the bill. We were all told the governor didn't like the bill, didn't want that in there. And he was from Evansville. So Bob Garton and the caucus chairman both got up and they told us this is a no-no. Mm-hmm. We can't have the bill. We want it to go back to committee, and Larry will do his thing, Larry Borst, who was our finance. And so he told him, he says, I will lose my election. Mm-hmm. You're putting me out of office if I have to vote with that or against it. And I said, no, you've got to stick. We've got to do this as a unit. And he did. He stayed right with it. He bit the dust and whatever.
Yeah.
And I admired him for doing it, but I felt sorry for him at the same time for having to. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's good sides and bad sides to it.
Sure.
And I was talking to Frank O'Bannon one day going down on the elevator, and he says, you know, I feel sorry for you guys. He says, you're the leadership. You guys have the responsibility of running a tight ship for state government. He says, we're the minority. We can't do anything. We can just vote any way we want to, or not vote or whatever. And I said, you wouldn't do that. He says, no, Dad had come back and helped me. His dad was a state senator also.
Oh, that's funny.
But Frank was right. Mm-hmm. When you're in the minority, you can do it. You can vote any way you want to, say anything you want to about a bill to get it defeated or passed or whatever. But when you're in the majority, you can't pass that bill. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know how other pro tems have ran the caucus, because Garton was the only one the whole time I was there. Mm-hmm. Because the one that was there when I filed to run at that time was in prison down in Kentucky for some mischievous thing he did. Mm-hmm. And so that's the rules, and you got to play by them.
Mm-hmm. What does the general public, not know about the Indiana General Assembly or how it operates?
There's so many things. For one, right off the bat, they think they go to the Senate or the House, and you come away a millionaire. You don't do it. Oh, thank God for that. And they don't realize what it takes to get a bill passed. They just don't realize that.
Do you mean the difficulty of it? Or?
Yes, all of the hearings and everything to get the bill through, and then get it kicked back in your face from the other house and have to go through it again, or it completely dies, and next year you got to bring it back again. They don't understand that. They think we just go up there and write the bills and that's it, and get a big check. You'd be surprised how many people think that.
Mm-hmm. And why do you think they do? What's the discrepancy in people not knowing how it works, in your opinion?
Well, it may be because, it's public record. It's voted on in the public. But a lot of people don't listen to that. And they draw their own conclusion. At all. They read in the paper, the legislature discussing pay raise tomorrow. Uh-oh, that's all they saw was the headlines. And the newspaper definitely made it a headline. And that's what their conclusion is, that, it said that they were talking about raising their salary to $20,000 a year. Might have been some there that was doing that.
Yeah.
But if they had read the full story, they'd have found out there was a majority sitting there that said, no, we're not.
Yeah.
The whole time I was up there, we never raised the legislator's salary until the last year I was there. And the philosophy was, I can vote for a raise if it's not for me. I don't know if I'll be there tomorrow or not, or next year. So I can vote for it if I think it's right, if I think it's legal. And we had one senator sitting in caucus, and we were talking about salaries. That, he was always worried about what people back home was going to say. I told him, I said, they sent you up here to think for them because you're here where it is. Now, granted, you don't want to just flagrantly go against them.
Sure.
But it's up to you to do what's right here and go home and explain it to them and why it was right. I said, it's that simple. But we were sitting in caucus and the salary had been brought up. And he thought we should have a pay raise. He just really kept on. I think we need a pay. We do. We need a pay raise. And he says, let's see, how was that? He would make a motion that we raised the salary. Couldn't get a second. Nobody else in caucus was going to second it. But Larry Boris did speak up and says, to answer Senator so-and-so's question here and all and needing more money, he says, we're not going to touch, I'll tell you right off, we're not going to touch salary. But now, if you want to, we can raise the per diem, which they did. And it didn't take all of us voting for it, whatever, So some of us could vote against it. The Democrats were all going to vote for it. They're the unresponsible party. And so he was happy. He had some more money in his pocket. I think it was, per diem was $50 a day when I went in. And when I left there, it had been raised to $75, I think. And at 50, we were way under what the federal government said it cost to live in Indianapolis. What my accountant did, he said, we'll claim that you got the $50 a day while in session. And then we will put it that you lost $25 in taxes because the federal government says it takes $75, but you only got $50. I said, you're the accountant, just don't get me in jail.
Yeah, figure it out. How did your legislative service affect your family? Or did it affect your family?
Well, it did. There was times I wasn't around when they would like to have had me here, I'm sure. It affected my daughter because Charlie Luce hired her to be, I forget what it was. Anyway, she wound up working at the front desk in his office when he was auditor. And he sent her to the business college in Indianapolis and had the state paying her way. And it was all legitimate. And then, of course, when he lost the election, the Democrats moved her off the front desk right away. They couldn't have a Duckworth sitting at the front desk. And that was Charlie's statement. And so then Bob Orr was busy trying to find a place for her, and he got her over and called her to his office and told her he had a job for her in the Public Service Commission office. And she said, well, I better go back over to the office and let them know. He said, you don't have to tell them nothing. You don't work there anymore. Go get your stuff out of the desk if there's anything you want. And that's it. You're done. Report over to... I said, we're not working there anymore. Yeah. You're working over there. But Bob Orr liked her. She was on the budget, worked on the budget committee with Bob Orr and the others on the state budget committee. So he'd got to know her pretty well. And, so that affected her that way. My son got out of Vincennes. When he got out of there, he went to work. I'd had him working part-time during the summer for DNR. And he went to work for the state highway, state highway engineers on building new highways and bridges and stuff like that, and surveying the lay of the land for the new approach, bridge, whatever.
Yeah.
And that worked until after I lost the election. A Democrat got in, and she had her little business that was putting up guardrails along the highway, and her husband was running it. And my son happened to be the inspector on our section of that over on 67. And he had to go to Seymour, because he worked out of Seymour. He had to go to Seymour and get his assignment and then drive back, and it was up above Martinsville on 67. So he gets there, and these guys are working away. He goes over and starts checking the guardrail, and it's not to spec. And he told him, he says, stop. And the guy says, what do you mean? He says, it's not to spec. And he checked it. There was 4 miles of guardrail that was put up wrong. And he says, I'm not approving it. So they called Vice Simpson's husband, and he came out and, oh, well, it's not that bad. There's worse than that, and blah, blah, blah. Jim says, I'm sorry. I'm not putting my name on something done wrong. I never have, and I never will. So Ken says, I'll call Indianapolis. He says, I know some, because he had worked for Ralph Rogers. He says, I know some of the guys in the office up there. Well, they called back down to Seymour, dumped it in Jim's boss's lap. He called Jim and says, is that road really that bad? You don't want to sign it? He says, no, I won't sign it. You can assign somebody else here if you want to, but I won't sign. Told him what was wrong, and he said, oh, well, no problem. He says, tell them to tear it up. Well, that cost her company a bundle of money. 4 miles of steel guardrail. Mm-hmm. And so they undid it. But then the Democrats had gotten in office, and Bob Orr was out, and Evan Bayh was in there. Well, the word came down to keep an eye on him, and they would follow him home because he drove a state vehicle. Mm-hmm. Did he stop at the grocery store? It's a no-no. Did he stop any place? And they documented everything, and he got tired of it, and he walked in and says, I quit. You won't fire me. I quit. Mm-hmm. And they'd done the same thing to my daughter. They had a gal watching her and taking notes every time she got up from her desk. She could be going to sharpen her pencil, and in eyesight you could see her sharpening and coming back and setting down. Karen left her desk at such and such a time and returned at such and such a time.
Wow.
Oh, after an election, when it changes parties, they can't fire you. Mm-hmm. But they can make life miserable enough that you'll quit.
Yeah.
And that's what they had just about done to her, and Bob Orr found a job for her over in the state office building, and they didn't have nothing to do with that.
Yeah. Did your daughter continue to work for state
government? She worked,
or?
In fact, that's where she met her husband.
Oh, uh-huh.
He was an auditor in that section. Mm-hmm. And then Charlie Lou showed up again. She met him on the elevator, and he says, what are you doing? She says, I'm working in public service. Mm-hmm. And he says, oh. She says, what are you doing? He says, well, I'm the director of public safety. He says, why don't you come up and see me sometime? She says, well, okay. And by that time, they're at the bottom on their elevator. He says, in fact, why don't you come and see me in the morning? So morning comes, it takes a break and goes up to his office. And he says, how would you like to work up here? And, well, what would I be doing? And a dialogue going on. And so he says, oh, just a minute. He says, I'll call my personnel officer up, and I want him to talk to you. So he came up and got Karen and took her back and interviewed her. Mm-hmm. And she came back, and he says, well, when do you go to work? She says, what do you mean go to work? He says, she said, we just talked. He said, you were supposed to come back in here hired. he says, I want you here Monday morning. And I think that was a Thursday or Friday.
Yeah.
And so she took over, and she was operating the budget for the state police. And she handled the budget, and I think she had to go to Chicago with the federal government on it to get the Mustangs that they had for chase cars. And they had only had them a short time, and she was coming down here one Sunday. That her and her husband lived in Carmel, or not Carmel, Fishers, right next to Carmel. And she's on the 465, and a trooper pulled her over for speeding, and he was driving a Mustang. And she was driving. Greg was just sitting there.
That's funny.
And he didn't help her explain or nothing. He stayed out of it.
Probably wise.
Yeah.
That is funny.
And so she came down and was telling me about it. Greg says, I told her coming on down here she should have told him who she was, and said he'd probably let her off. She said, I'd have been on the front page of the newspaper come Monday morning.
It's probably true.
So instead, Monday morning, she's sitting there at her desk, and here comes the state superintendent of police in. And he walks by and says, oh, hi, Karen. Thanks for the donation. It was already all over the air.
That's funny. I bet she was a bit embarrassed, probably.
Oh, she was. She says, funny. If I ever find out who told and got this rumor spread around.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, I have a handful of questions left. I don't know what time it is or how you're doing, or.
Oh, I'm all right. It's 5 o'clock.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Let me turn some light on.
Okay.
Here.
I'll just take my phone real quick. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I think I've got about a half hour before I have to head out, but hopefully we'll get through this here. But if not, we can arrange to finish up another time too. But make sure that's still recording. But okay, what would you say were the most controversial legislative issues during your time in the Assembly?
Oh. Well, it's hard to say, because there was so many bills went through, and the one that I think probably got the most attention was about a child here in Bloomington that was born and it had no esophagus. I think that was the story on it, because that hit close to home with me, because I had an older child that died 24 hours after she was born, my oldest one. And that she was deformed and had all of that problem. And the doctor down here, a good friend of mine and a very, very good doctor. He took care of all of our children, and because he even took care of Tony, she was young enough when we first came to town. And there was a big uproar, people complaining that they should let the baby die, they shouldn't let the baby die, one of those things. And it was a bill was introduced that affected that. And I can't remember how the bill went, if it was voted up or down. But I know I spoke on it. It was knowing the doctor, I says, he would not have recommended what he recommended there if it wasn't the last straw. Mm-hmm. And he wanted to try to save the baby. And God, he was known for taking care of babies. And mm-hmm. I was in the emergency room with my wife one time after that. And some guy and his wife came in, and they had a young, it wasn't a baby, mm-hmm. Like the other one, but he had brought the child to the hospital, and I think his wife was a nurse, and they'd called her, and she came down. And he was saying that something had happened to the child, got hurt. Well, he was walking through at the time, and they latched onto him mm-hmm. and said, take a look at that baby in there, says, and tell us what story is. He went in and came back out, and he's just shaking his head, and I could tell by the look on his face he was upset. Mm-hmm. He had taken a look at the baby, and he said it was child abuse. Mm-hmm. And the father was saying that he had rolled over and the baby fell off the bed. And he said that baby's been hit hard, not falling off the couch on the floor. Mm-hmm. And he was just that kind of doctor. Mm-hmm. Babies came first. So I knew if he said this is what should be done with that baby, that's what should be mm-hmm. done. I wasn't a doctor. I wasn't going to contradict him. He had too good a reputation, and I knew it. Mm-hmm. And I think that was probably one of the most controversial mm-hmm. because it was a human interest thing. Mm-hmm. And you have people on both sides that are very hot, and each side argues very hard. Mm-hmm. And newspapers were taking sides, and it was just, mm-hmm. it was rough. Yeah. It was a rough time.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like it. What legislation did you work hardest on?
I guess the one I worked the hardest on was the one that that first one, the guidelines.
Mm-hmm. The trustee guidelines.
That trustee
mm-hmm.
guidelines. Mm-hmm. Because that was a very highly contested bill. Mm-hmm. And had a lot of support behind it too. Because mm-hmm. like I say, it cleared the Senate mm-hmm. and would have the House had I've been coached on that, mm-hmm. the way to handle something like that. Mm-hmm. I found out after the facts. Mm-hmm. I was very disappointed in the legislator I sent it to, because he had been there for some time. Mm-hmm. And he didn't say anything about what we could do is go ahead and let them strip it and put theirs in and pass it in the House, and then when it come back from the Senate, I could refuse it and have it stripped out and put back the way it was. And then the House would have to vote on it that way. And I wasn't aware of that at that time.
Yeah.
And I was depending on him, a seasoned legislator, to direct me on that.
What was your proudest moment as a legislator?
When I stood there with Miss America.
And when did that happen?
And introduced her to the Senate.
That's funny. How did that come about?
She was from IU.
Mm-hmm.
And she'd been Miss IU and then Miss Indiana and then Miss America.
And you got to introduce her.
And I got to introduce her and have my picture taken with her.
That's funny. Okay.
And I had a lot of senators around there saying, "Why you?
Yeah.
Why?"
I bet they did. Oh, that's funny. We've talked about this a couple different times throughout, but how would you describe committee work?
Oh, it was very interesting because you learn a lot in there. If you didn't know anything about the bill before, that's where you really got a chance to not only read it, because if you didn't read it, you couldn't ask any questions on it or make any recommendations or anything. And so that was a good learning place. Of course, you couldn't be on every committee. But that was one of the best areas to learn because you get back out on the Senate floor and then it's getting close to time to vote. You're only a day away from possibly voting up or down. And so it's too late to learn then.
Okay. What, in your opinion, is the most important work of the Indiana General Assembly? It's the most important thing they do.
Well, one of the most important things that's a standing thing is the state budget. That takes an awful lot of work. I mean, we caucused for 2 weeks on state budget. Larry Borsta's got it this way, and he thinks it'll go, and then meet with the House and people, and they don't like it, and back and forth. And I think that would be the most difficult one, too.
Sure. Well, when did you leave the General Assembly?
When did I leave? I left in the fall of 1984.
And did you run again for re-election?
No.
So did you lose the election, or did you just not run again?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I'm in the wrong period. Yes, I did run for re-election, and I lost to Vi Simpson.
Okay.
Which, again, it wasn't a surprise that I lost. It was a surprise that I ever won that seat. Because, again, it was like the trustee's office. We hadn't had it, and we haven't had it since.
Yeah.
I'm the only Republican to have been in that seat at all since, 28 years before 80. So it's 36.
So you kind of looked at it, and correct me if I'm wrong, more that it was just lucky that you got the one term as opposed to any sort of long term.
That's right. And I only lost by 500 votes.
Wow. So still close.
So it was still close. And yes, I would like to one. I wouldn't have served over 2 terms, though.
Why is that?
I believe in term limits.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the best way to believe in term limits is live up to it.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. Well, how would you summarize your time as a state legislator overall?
Well, I enjoyed it. I really and truly did, because I like politics. Mm-hmm. I like discussing politics, and being in on the know. Mm-hmm. And there you were on the inside, and I really enjoyed that.
What is it that you liked about it? Is it just, well, I'll let you answer it. What is it that you liked being in the know?
Oh, I just everything. I just like to know how the budget's going and how this bill's going. And I sit back here and I'll see in the paper where they'll say that legislature's doing such and such, or the Democrats are doing such and such, and the Republicans are. And say, it's not going any place. And they say, how do you know it's not? It's just not.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it doesn't go any place. And it's not because I'm so smart. It's because that's the way the legislature works.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you like having that understanding, too, of...
Yes.
Okay. You've shared several throughout the interview, but do you have a favorite story or anecdote during your time in the General Assembly?
Well, I'll tell you one that I put later, after I was out, and he was out of the Senate, told on him. Senator Ed Pease from over in Terre Haute. He and I were freshmen together. And I forget if it was the second or third year, or maybe even the fourth year, but he got very sick. And that young man had them bring a bed in to the pro tem's office, a hospital bed, I think it was, some form of bed, may have been a rollaway. And he laid in that bed until it was time to vote. And he'd get out of that bed and go in and vote and come back to bed.
Wow.
I think that's dedication. And it's something to be really looked up to. Well, after I got out of the Senate, I think he served one more term. And then John Myers decided he was going to drop out of Congress. And so Ed filed and he was running. And he had contacted some of the people that he knew through some Boy Scout connections, I think, that he had over in Ellettsville. And one of them served on the Monroe County Parks Board with me. And longtime friends. And he called me up and he said, Ed Pease is coming over to meet with some of us this weekend or whatever day, and says, I'd like to invite you. I said, okay. So I went over. And they were all sitting there talking to Ed and questioning him, to find out something about him. And I said, I want to say one thing. You'll never find a more dedicated person than that man sitting right there. And Ed did not know what was coming. And I said, to show you true dedication, and I told him what he did.
Yeah.
And I says, I have all the admiration in the world for that man. He should have been home in bed, or at least back in his hotel room in bed, but he was there. He never missed a vote. He got out of the bed, went and voted, and came back. I says, now if you want a man that's dedicated, here's the man to get behind. Mm-hmm. And Ed sat there and he shook his head. He says, I think I forgot all about that. I said, what do you mean you think you forgot?
Yeah. That's funny. That's dedication, certainly.
That's right. But I told that on him over there, and they remembered that.
Yeah, I bet.
And Ed would even mention it sometimes because he had asked me if I would be his connection here in Monroe County, representative. And he'd tell people, don't ever let him find out anything about you, he'll tell it.
What lessons, if any, did you learn?
What lessons? Mm-hmm. When to speak and when not to speak.
In what way, or how so?
Well, if you're speaking on a controversial issue, you may not want to say what you think is right. But a lot of times we go ahead and do it anyway. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the biggest thing, is just sort of monitoring yourself so that you don't overdo it. You overbake a cake. You know, you can leave it in the fire too long.
Yeah.
It's time to get out.
Fair enough. Well, you already answered this. So even though you lost the election in what would have been probably 84, you would have maybe run one more term, but not again. Did you want to get back into politics later in any way?
Oh, I ran for coroner.
Okay.
I got talked into that. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't really into it. Mm-hmm. I just knew all along I was going to lose because my heart wasn't in it.
Yeah.
You know. And that was the last time I ran for anything. Mm-hmm. I've had people try to talk me into running for things, but I've been there. As the guy says, I played in the big game. And the only thing, if I was going to run for Congress, would it be worth it, you know? Mm-hmm. And I don't believe in going backwards. Mm-hmm. I think that's the reason I probably didn't have my heart in running for coroner. Mm-hmm. It's a local position. It's an honorable position.
Sure.
And and a lot of people they'd still be happy. Mm-hmm. But I had actually just run out of steam.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And having 4 years out, if it had been right after I went out, might have been different.
But there had been time.
After you've been out a while, you're over it.
Sure. Well, you know, I know you weren't born and raised here, but you've been in Indiana for a while now. How would you say the state itself has changed over the course of your time here? Or has it changed?
It has in some ways, I think. Mm-hmm. And other ways it hasn't. Mm-hmm. Hoosiers are still Hoosiers. And I've got something I'm going to go upstairs and get and give to you that my daughter-in-law did. She's an artist. Mm. And I don't think you'll ever change a Hoosier from being a Hoosier. I really don't. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing wrong with it. Mm-hmm. But I think that's the one thing that hasn't changed at all. What has changed? I've seen a lot of change in transportation. For instance, we've got the interstate here now, and they were arguing about that when I ran for the Senate.
Wow.
And I was questioned on that. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about that? Are you for it or against it? Mm-hmm. I said, well, I'm for progression. And that is not being liberal, mm-hmm. it's being a moderate. Mm-hmm. And so I would like to see it now. Whether they put it where they're talking about now, I leave that up to the engineers. Mm-hmm. But I says, as far as an interstate, yes, we need it. Mm-hmm. We're sitting down here, got big university. I says, finally got 37 in it. At least we got 4 lanes, but we need an interstate. Mm-hmm. And I had some people that didn't like my statement on that. But I found out that those people that didn't like it, their property was involved.
Yeah.
People that were for it, they didn't have anything to worry about except let me know where it is.
Yeah, right.
And we had a guy down here that evidently had more money and more time than he knew what to do with, because he fought that for years. His money. Now, I'm sure some people donated money, but it was basically his money that he put up.
Wow.
And it was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
He was all the time going around saying, it's going to cost more. They're wrong. That's not what much it's going to cost. Yeah, he was right.
Yeah.
He delayed it at least 20 years starting. Prices went up during 20 years. It cost more.
Yeah.
He was assured it was going to pass or cost more.
Yeah.
But.
Goodness. How would you say the Indiana General Assembly changed? Or has it too?
I think it's pretty much the same. Mm-hmm. I can't really see anything that has changed there. Mm-hmm. It's still the committees and, well, even it's still a Republican legislature.
Yeah.
Even I think they've got the House now, so it's maybe not the same percentages that mm-hmm. we had. Mm-hmm. We were an unusual group to have a constitutional majority. Mm-hmm. That's pretty hard to do. Mm-hmm. So.
Well, you just said that, Hoosiers and identifying Hoosiers, that stayed the same. So to kind of follow up on that, what, if any, enduring qualities do Hoosiers still have or hold dear? What is it that makes a Hoosier a Hoosier?
Basketball.
Well, you're in the hotbed seat here, down here with that.
Huh?
Well, down here with that, you're right in the thick of it.
Yeah. That's going to be the first thing come to mind.
Uh-huh.
And the Indiana University, the racetrack in Indianapolis, mm-hmm. that goes way back. It's over 100 years old. Mm-hmm. It's the old Hoagie Carmichael from here in Bloomington. Mm-hmm. I've been in, I don't know if you've ever had the pleasure or not, but I've been in where he wrote Stardust, mm-hmm. the restaurant that mm-hmm. he played a piano in, and mm-hmm. it's where he's supposed to have written Stardust. Mm-hmm. And we've got some some others, they don't come to mind right now, but that have gone on to some great things. Mm-hmm. One is a young man when I was in the Senate. The representative, a Democrat over by that had the university, he was a violin player, very, very good, and she had him up to the State House. Mm-hmm. And introduced him in the House of Representatives, and then brought him over to me. Mm-hmm. And introduced him to me, and I introduced him to the Senate, and he played in the Senate, and boy, it was just dead silence in there. Yeah. Unusual.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody was even whispering.
Yeah. Really had him.
He was, I can't remember his name, and he's still popular. I hear of him every once in a while.
Yeah.
I think he's in New York now, the last I heard. Mm-hmm. I think that's where he was.
Yeah. Well, we have covered a lot of material here. Is there anything that I haven't asked that you would want to say or go on record with, or?
God, what haven't we covered?
It's pretty thorough.
I can't think of a thing right now.
Okay. Well, if you do think of anything, please give me a call and let me know. Or if there's anything else.
If you think of anything else you'd like to ask.
Okay. I will certainly do that.
Give me a call.
All right.
And hold on just a minute.
Okay. Are you okay with me turning this off, or do you want me to leave that on for a minute?
Yes, you can turn that off.
Okay. We'll get set up then. Well, thank you so much.